Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. What I'd like to do is a roll call of the commissioners that are on the phone. Commissioner Szyznowski,
Here.
Commissioner Sheffer,
Here.
Commissioner Taluzzi,
Here.
Commissioner Schlosser,
Present.
Commissioner Byrne,
Here.
and Commissioner Gay.
Here.
And I am here, obviously. So thank you very much. Ann, if you can put that into the minutes. Before we get started, what I'd like to do is first recognize and thank the city staff for what they've been doing during this current crisis, keeping us safe, keeping the city operating, and doing it in such a fashion that's trying as much as possible to keep our employees safe as well. The city hall is open for business, although the doors are closed. The police have been doing their jobs around the town. I want to thank them. The public works people doing their jobs, keeping safe. And also I want to thank the fire department for all that they're doing in keeping the community safe. And finally, just to get out to the public for the healthcare workers that are in our community, doing the things that they're doing for hours and hours every day at their health risk to take care of our community. So I just wanted to mention that. We've got many items on the agenda today. We have two meetings. This is our first, the workshop for discussion purposes. We have a number of things on that workshop. And then we have a meeting right following that. We'll take a little pause, but please keep your computers on. After that, we'll take a 5-minute pause or so, and then we'll go into the special meeting, which is predominantly votes on what we'll be discussing beforehand. And that's pretty much so it from the start of the meeting. I know there are a number of people. So far, I think we have 5 people from the outside that have addressed the city with questions, or they will have questions. There was a total of 10 or so that had contacted Ann to be on this call. So by the time we get to discussions, we will probably be more than 5, but as of right now, there are 5 that have signed in. I know there are also people that will be out there on live streaming listening to us, so welcome to everybody that's on the call. With that, I'll turn it over to the city manager, and she'll give us her report. Excuse me while I put my mask back on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to just echo the mayor's words and thank city staff, the police department, the fire department, everyone who's working hard. This is week 8 of our city being closed to the general public. City Hall remains open. Staff are working at City Hall either in staggered shifts or working from home, making sure that not everyone's in the building at the same time. Of course, the Public Works Department is out in the field working on a daily basis, police department, and also the fire department. So we're managing here and staying healthy. Regarding the wayfinding signage program, that continues to move forward. The contractor of First State Signs has completed all utility locates and site surveys. The signage manufacturer, Hilton Displays, is currently in production of the footer and foundation components and anticipates having them installed by Memorial Day weekend. Signage is scheduled to be in production by May 11th and completed by June 1st. And installation should be installed well before the June 20th project deadline. The new pay stations were delivered to the city earlier this month and last month. The concrete foundations are currently being installed by the city's masonry contractor, and the license plate recognition equipment has been delivered, and installation will take place this week. The Boardwalk kiosk will be closed for the summer, and that decision was made out of concern for our staff and volunteers who've been working for many years. Wastewater treatment plant phase 2, the contractor has completed installation of the duct bank on Roosevelt Street and continues to work at the plant. The closed circuit TV work is wrapping up on the sanitary and stormwater underground pipe inspections, and approximately 15 miles of pipe have been cleaned and inspected. The water tower cleaning and painting on the 2nd Street water tower is pretty much finished. Work should be totally completed later this week. And the construction of the canal dock is underway. During construction, the contractor encountered an unforeseen Verizon cable underneath the canal, and the contractor is working with Verizon to relocate the cable, and then they will resume their regular schedule. That's my report, Mayor.
Any of the commissioners have any questions for the city manager? If none, I'll move right to the city solicitor. Glenn?
Thank you, Mayor. Not too much to report other than to say that this has been kind of a unique time we've been dealing with, trying to figure out what the governor's orders mean completely and how we can best implement them. You'll see there's one ordinance on the schedule today that is a direct result of emergency orders and how best to deal with them. We can talk about that when we get there. There's been a number of questions and I'm ready to address them. But I don't have anything other than that.
All right. Thank you, Glenn. We're going to move into the agenda. And just so you know, what I'm going to try to do today is go through each item as the commissioners then discuss the item, and any city staff discuss the item. We'll go through that, and then once the commissioners are finished, I'll open it up to the specific people that signed up for each item. The ones that I know that signed up for the first item on the agenda were Terry Langer, Jay Legree, Jan Conacy, and Tom Evans. If they are on the phone, we will address, I will go down the line once we finish the discussion. With that, we're going to go into the first discussion, which is concerning the COVID-19 potential budget impacts. I know the city manager has sent out to the commissioners a number of different pieces of paper with items about the budget and how the staff feels the budget will be affected. Obviously, things will change pretty substantially from our budget as well as from last year based upon the current epidemic. With that, I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So the documents that I sent out to the commissioners, we will be putting on the website after this meeting. So as I said, week 8, we're into week 8 of the pandemic, at least as far as the city is concerned. What we've been doing is working hard to pretty much evaluate and dissect every expense item in the budget, and certainly the revenues, which play an important part in not only producing the budget, but seeing that it continues in line with expenses and revenue. So basically, there's no way, really to tell what percentage of revenue that will be lacking this summer. The parking meters are set. As I said, they're being installed. They will be ready and they will be turned on May 22nd, which is the Friday before Memorial Day. We will have minimal enforcement. I'll go into some of the savings from each department for seasonal people. but they will be on. There'll be additional signage. We're trying to come up with a way of providing notification to people to use Park Mobile as much as possible, so they really don't have to touch the meters, or they touch them minimally. So we're still working on that vein. As you see from the reporting that I sent out, the Memorial Day weekend revenue last year was approximately $190,000. And then we took you into the total parking revenue for May and June, including the sale of parking permits. And again, we're actually, with seasonal help regarding parking permits, we will not have the two usual permit sale locations. One is on Rehoboth Avenue, the other one is on Byard Avenue, and we are not staffing those until we're in a position where we're back into phase 3 of the reopening. So all permit sales will be done and processed at the parking department. We'll have signage at both the locations on Rehoboth and Byard indicating they need to go to the parking department and advising how to take those steps. We're literally going through measures that we feel as though are safe and protecting the staff and protecting the public. As you know, the parking department is similar to the police dispatch. When you walk into that lobby of the parking department, even though it's much smaller than the police dispatch, we're looking to have two people at the most in the lobby area in the parking department, and making sure people are social distancing as much as possible outside there. If we can go into the document I provided for the capital improvement plan, obviously that's the meat of our savings here. We've identified close to $3.5 million in projects that are on hold until we get through the summer to see where we are specifically. Many of these projects were planned for the fall anyway. The summer months need to be spent doing some additional engineering and planning and design work. So we can list them individually. We can talk about, if you prefer to talk about them as a group, I'm happy to do that. And as far as, so on a daily basis, as I said, each expense line item is being examined. I have the ability to go through the Munis software, financial software program to approve or deny purchase orders. I've been doing that on a daily basis. And staff, each department head is aware that only essential items that are budgeted are to be purchased. So some of them include supplies, mostly in the water department, wastewater department, and the streets department. They're ordering supplies on a regular basis to get through for the summer. And so that's what we're doing on a daily basis. On a looking ahead basis, what we've done is identified seasonal employees and where we could make cuts. So we've come up with approximately $400,000 savings right now. We're actually bringing in, for the seasonal police department, we're not hiring 4 of the 26 individuals that were budgeted, so 22 are hired and 4 will not be hired. That's an amount of approximately $34,000. The streets department are not hiring 5 individuals. We seem to getting by now. In this phase, we still have once a week pickup for trash. That certainly will change as we move into the season. But for right now, we're okay with holding back on 5 seasonals, not hiring them. That's a savings of approximately $65,000. And in the parking department, we're usually have 37 individuals for a full season. That includes 6 techs who are out in the street on a regular basis. So we're only hiring 22. That's a savings of 15 individuals for approximate savings of $105,000. And this is through June. So we're just, measuring where we are and looking ahead through June for these amounts. The parking department will be open beginning May 18th. And we'll have just minimal staff inside and minimal staff outside. So we believe that we can manage the program through June with this amount of employees. As far as the beach patrol, where we have the most seasonal employees, we're looking at cutting that back starting Memorial Day weekend from 70 individuals to 20 beach patrol staff. Since the beach will be closed Memorial Day weekend, the beach patrol will now be under the supervision of Chief Banks. Captain Buxton will be on hand certainly, but the beach patrol will be assisting the seasonal police officers with a schedule determined by Chief Banks so they can assist the seasonal and regular police officers. And that in itself is a savings of approximately $185,000. So we've been looking at this very carefully for the past 2 months, deciding, what will be needed, projecting where we can to cut costs and monitor that. This is obviously fluid. Things change in a weekly or biweekly pattern, and we will be prepared. So those who are not hired know that they're on standby, if you will. They will have a job if we need them, and they're inclined as much as we can determine to return when we need full staffing. Anyone have any questions?
I do, actually. I'll go ahead and start off. Thank you, Sharon, for that thorough and thoughtful discussion and for staying so much on top of the budget. It sounds mostly reasonable to me. But I do have kind of a general comment and then just 2 specific questions. I guess as a general rule, as a general comment, as we begin the discussion on the budget, I do want to applaud the mayor and the city manager have been monitoring and making these decisions and efforts during this very critical first stage of the crisis. Obviously, it was really, really essential to shut things down to help flatten the curve. And I do appreciate, though, even though we've been going through, the shutting down and the crisis and the situation, that the mayor and city manager also did listen to the community. Commissioner Shinowski and I held a couple virtual sessions with residents and businesses. There were recommendations like opening up the bandstand area that we forwarded, and I know you did that, so I think that's really positive. But I really encourage the mayor, the city manager, and the commissioners, as we discuss, more about the budget and the impacts, that now is the time really to embark on a path to opening up our community, of course, while putting the health, safety, and economic vitality of our entire community at the forefront of this process. But most importantly, as we get into this new stage, I really believe that, this stage, it requires planning, innovation, inclusiveness, and collaboration, not just with the mayor and the city manager, but also with the commissioners and especially our community, our full-time residents, as well as our businesses. And, you know, I think it's time to really put together a well-thought-out recovery plan, you know, based on the factual data, but also including common sense approaches that are relevant to Rehoboth Beach. Again, putting health and safety and economic vitality at the front of that discussion. I think we really have an opportunity to develop a recovery plan and communicate that recovery plan with the full public engagement of all segments of our talented community, our residences, our businesses, and anybody who has a stake in Rehoboth. We have a great opportunity. We've been getting so much public input. And we even had one of our citizens, Jeff, here who lives in town, come up with a recovery plan that takes into account health, safety, economic vitality that, you know, I really think we all need to get together and focus on. My specific questions on the budget, number one, I'm not sure we had a discussion among the commissioners on the parking meters. I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm not quite sure putting the meters up, and I'd love to hear anybody else. You know, and again, this is related to the budget, of course, which is why I'm discussing it here. But I've heard from so many in the community that we really should delay. I get the budget. I get that there's revenue impacts, you know, for the city, but there's a heck of a lot of revenue impacts on our businesses, on our residents as well. And I think we have to consider the impact of opening these meters now, as opposed to delaying a bit. If you look at the people that are coming into town and parking, it's people who are coming in to work in our restaurants, to work in our essential businesses, to pick up takeout. Is that really what we want to discourage at this particular time? In looking at the numbers, it seems if we manage our expenses, delay some capital projects, we could actually delay the parking meters at least until maybe the mid-June timeframe, and allow for folks coming in to not have to pay that. Secondly, you know, I think I'd like to get into a couple specific things. One, a lot of our residents here saw that there was a wall or something or fencing being set up on the boardwalk. And so we're kind of playing a little catch up with communication on that. So I'd like to discuss that relative to the budget and the intent. And secondly, I'd like to talk a little bit about, in terms of the budget, like to understand about the dock. I saw that, you know, again, Sharon, you did a super job laying out and thinking through what we can delay, what we can't. When we voted on the dock project, which by the way, I fully support, we said that we're committing that 200 some K, but now it appears we're spending that out of the city coffers when there's 900,000 in the bank from the nonprofit. So you heard my general comment that as we talk about the budget, let's talk about it in the context of how we can have a recovery plan that includes the voice of the commissioners, the residents, and the businesses at this point going forward. But number two, I'd like those specific questions answered about the dock, about the parking meters, and then go and the fence situation. So I will pause now and let that conversation occur.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for those questions. I'm going to address a couple of them, and I'll turn it back over to the city manager. First, on the parking meters, I understand a lot of people's comments about the parking meters, and people want an opportunity to come into town and not pay the parking meters. I think if everybody looks back on a typical season, and I know this is not a typical season, and if we weren't in the middle of this pandemic right now, the meters are off right now, and given a day like today or a day like yesterday or Saturday, the parking spaces would be taken up and down Rehoboth Avenue and moving over on Baltimore and Wilmington. And, you know, that to me is a good way, the parking is a good way to actually control the crowds as well. I want as many people as possible to be able to go and take out businesses And I think as we move forward, the governor's going to have to give a lot of detail to opening up the non-essential businesses. And I would think along the lines of opening up the non-essential businesses, more of the restaurants that are closed right now downtown will open. Hopefully the governor will come up with some kind of a plan on how to open up these restaurants and businesses, whether it's capacity, whether it's square footage. But all along, my feeling is, although it won't be much revenue, it'll be revenue that we can put into the banks. Because my big fear is, as we see in the past when the parking meters aren't on up until Memorial Day weekend, mostly the people that are parking on the street, some are shopping, and this is a regular season, some are shopping. It's mostly employees, business owners, and contractors that are parking on Rehoboth Avenue. And as much as possible, I would like to see those people move off the avenues, move away from the business district, as they do typically in the summer when they're here. There will always be people outside of town, I think, that won't come into Rehoboth in the summertime because of the meters. But those people are typically going to work in shops. They are going to the beach. A lot of things will be controlled now. And my feeling is that the parking meters are very important to our future. If you look at the change A or change B that the city manager has put together, I mean, the first A is probably what we're looking at, and there's a substantial amount of revenue probably not coming in from parking. I don't know if I want to put on a percentage, but I would imagine going through phase where we are now, then to phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 over the summer, I would think our parking revenues may be cut as much as a half, if not a little bit more. And again, every little bit's going to help. And it's the same thing, I think, with businesses. Downtown, I've got a business downtown, and we're not open right now because just from the employee's perspective, we're spreading it around. But a lot of our employees, typically when the parking meters aren't on, are parking right out in front, a block, half a block away from that. And it's prohibiting the people that actually want to go to the shops and shop. And my feeling is people that come into town in Rehoboth, once Memorial Day comes, they understand. They want to shop. They may want to go to the beach. They understand about parking. And that's not to say I don't want to do something for the businesses in the community, but I think the best thing we can do for the businesses is work with them and the governor to figure out how we can get them open in time so that a number of these businesses can start to take advantage of the Memorial Day weekend, the warmer weather, because I think as we go on, days like today, there's going to be more and more cars on the street. And because of social distancing, hopefully they'll spread out a bit, and people have been doing that. But my feeling is it's going to get crowded, and we're going to have to go in steps. And having the parking meters up or having the permits up will help us to control that in phases. Just one other thing before going on to the city manager, as far as sharing with the business community, with the residents. Just so everybody knows, I think you know, basically I have set up, starting this past Monday, a meeting with 6 different business sectors and the chamber to have weekly meetings on Monday afternoon. And actually, I've just invited Commissioner Gay and Commissioner Szymanowski to also attend, and we're going to have our second meeting at 4 o'clock. And basically what I've done in those meetings, or the first meeting, is discuss what's going on with the governor, because we do have 1 or 2 calls every week with the governor, but also what's going on within Rehoboth as these phases start to take place, and then also take questions. There were a few questions last time around. I think I was very impressed with the business community, the 6 members that were on the call with Carol, in that most of them have been paying attention to our website, to the internet, what's going on, to the news, to the governmental declarations that we've been sending out. And so they had very few questions, but I think as we get closer to opening, those questions will expand, and I look forward to them happening this afternoon. And then finally, the last thing before I turn it over to the city manager is the Boardwalk issue. And unfortunately, the Boardwalk issue got blown so much out of control through rumors. I had sat down with the city manager and the police department last week and started thinking, okay, let's open up the bandstand area. And we figured out how to do that, and the police were very helpful in how to do that. And I think a number of the businesses appreciate the fact that we've done that. Also along those lines, thinking that soon the governor will look at non-essential businesses, I thought to myself, you know, how can we work with the businesses on the boardwalk that are prohibited right now because the boardwalk's closed? So we thought, you know, how can we get people there without getting people out on the boardwalk, walking around the beach access and so on? So the police came up with what I thought was a very thoughtful idea of putting some type of a barrier along the boardwalk, creating a 20-foot wide path so that a number of the businesses, if they want to be open, or at least to start with the essential businesses, there's a number of food businesses on the boardwalk, to allow them to open up for takeout as we're getting closer to the Memorial Day weekend. And then once the governor opens the non-essential businesses, give them an opportunity to also have the access for customers. And again, it would just be walking in, walking out, shopping, getting a hot dog, getting an ice cream, maybe one of the restaurants carry out, or even a couple of the shops once the non-essential would come up. We had thought of a number of different types of barrier. That has not been totally decided as of yet. We're still in the process of speaking to the police about that and getting a couple of different estimates and ideas. But the idea would be to first speak with the businesses and see how many of them want to open up as soon as they can, and then work from a timing perspective. Once we pick out some type of a barrier that's non-intrusive, that allows people to still look out over the ocean as they're walking to the shops, and a 20-foot wide path, so that, you know, if we have 2 blocks open, that would be great. If it goes further down the boardwalk, that would be great. This was construed by, unfortunately, second and third handed, that we were putting up a wall so people wouldn't be able to go on the boardwalk and go on the beach. That was not ever something to think about. There have been a couple of different ideas of see-through items so that people could see the ocean and the boardwalk as they're walking, but it has not been decided on that. So that's where that issue is, and hopefully we can move forward with that, unless people think that maybe we don't want to open up the businesses until we open up the boardwalk. That was the whole idea here, is, you know, rather than just close the boardwalk and the businesses can't be open, here's an opportunity for maybe us to share with the business owners accessibility. So with that, I'll turn it over to, well, wait a minute, there's some raised hands. Susan and Lisa have raised hands. Lisa, why don't I go to you first?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And Paul, I really appreciate that explanation. I definitely understand how kind of communication can get out of head of, you know, that the communication probably had a, you know, there was an opportunity maybe to get the communication out about it. But I just kind of want to go on the record as saying, and I don't know if any of the other commission will jump in, I really believe that the decision on the parking meter shouldn't be made. And at this point, without more public and business input and a more comprehensive recovery plan overall. Number two, I just want to clarify, when you, Mayor, talk about the we that is considering the, you know, the different options for the barriers on the boardwalk. I think you're talking about the city staff and yourself. And again, I think that was super, the leadership that you and the city manager have shown throughout this beginning stages of this crisis. But I also have seen so many great ideas from the community that I really think we should at least listen to and consider before any decisions are made about putting up fences and making that expenditure at this point in time. There's options that I've seen, and I don't know if they'll work. I'm just encouraging a public discussion, public feedback on a comprehensive plan. But, why not open the boardwalk, but require everybody to have masks and put, two-way tape on there? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm just saying I've heard it from our very, very intelligent, very smart, very engaged public and businesses that there's not just 3 options on what type of barrier. There's a fourth option that says, let's consider other options beyond just putting a barrier. We may go back to the barrier, I don't know, to open up the businesses. But I just want to emphasize and underscore my strong desire to bring the voices of our businesses, of our residents, of our entire community to this process before making these kind of decisions. And thank you for the time. And Edward and Susan have their hands up, so I'm going to go on mute. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Susan?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. First of all, I just want to confirm that permits will go into effect Memorial Day as well, right? Not just the meters, but the permits.
Yeah, the permits would be the same date. I believe it's May 22nd.
For Friday for those. Okay. In terms of the meters being, I certainly agree with you that, we need the revenue. In fact, the way I look at it is that all the customers of all the businesses in town are also customers of the city. And I think we would be doing a disservice to them and a disservice to the businesses if we didn't keep the city in good shape, and collect the trash and have the sidewalks clean and have the police force operating and all the things that the money that we need to support those operations. So the only thing that I've been thinking about in terms of, and I realize that we don't know yet when we're going to open up. We don't even know when we're getting to phase 1, though I do hope we find that out soon. But since the restaurants are now operating on this pickup basis, and since they've been able to earmark a couple of spaces for themselves just for pickup, I could see extending that benefit to them to still have those pickup spaces until such time as we enter phase 1. So that's one. One option I could actually see doing. But I also agree with you about the need for crowd control. And going forward, there's probably going to be other steps we'll have to take there. I have noted that some other beach towns in New Jersey and other states are looking at measures like not allowing visitors to park on residential streets to try to control the number of people that come into town for the day that way. I don't know if we're ever prepared to take that step, but certainly crowd control is going to be a big part of it. If the meters being on help that, then all the better. I'm interested in hearing more about these barriers. I had heard about the fences. I think it's unfortunate that word got out that we were putting up something, intrusive or a wall or whatever, when the whole idea is to benefit the businesses that want to open up. I'm completely in favor of having the non-essential businesses open, and I would hope we could find a way to help them do that. So I'm interested in learning more about the types. My understanding is that there are less expensive and less intrusive types of barriers that we have the option to use and still achieve that goal. So I'd like to hear more about that. And in terms of the steps to opening up, I realize we don't have dates. We're waiting for the governor for that. But at the same time, I think we need to think about what we would put into place in the various phases with no date associated with them, just what those various phases mean. And I'm hoping we can, talk about that more as we go forward, because I think it's a level of specificity that we may not be getting from the governor, or if we do get it from the governor, we can at least put it together in a form that we can communicate out and people can understand.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Edward, you had a question? I think you have to take yourself off mute. Hold on, 1 second. Does he have it on or do you?
All
Oh,
right.
there you go.
Here I go.
You're
It
off
sounded
now.
like the host had muted me. One, I want to echo Commissioner Schlosser's initial comments. I do think that we need a collaborative recovery plan in place with including all commissioners and other community leaders and business leaders as well. Related to the fence, I guess I have a couple questions for the mayor and city manager. It seemed like decisions hadn't been made yet, but I think some of the things we've been hearing from the community or from some of the contractors that may have been bid on the project is that a PO, a purchase order, had been executed. Checks may have already been sent for the payment of materials. So just a little clarification more about where we actually stand in the process of that. And then I've got a couple other more specific budget questions, but I think we've had a lot discussed. So why don't we give the city manager an opportunity to talk about those things before we go specific into line items on the budget.
Thank you. And there is a lot from the past three commissioners and the mayor that I've heard from. I'll try to answer everything, and if I skip something, please remind me. Generally, overall, what I want to tell you is that we have been hearing from businesses on the boardwalk that they are getting ready and they want to open. Restaurants, takeout, those businesses. This is the time of the year, starting May 1st, that they are cleaning and getting their items ready for sale and distribution, having things brought in. So in an effort to open up those businesses, to be inclusive, and to come up with a recovery plan for them, as we have been doing here every day for each phase. We're not even into phase one. Phase one is very similar to where we are now. It won't be until phase two where the governor opens up travel to individuals and non-essential businesses with some very strong holds will be back and able to open. So we're thinking about that on a daily basis. We're thinking how we are able to accommodate the public and certainly the businesses. As the mayor said, I think these chamber meetings will cover most businesses. There's different categories of those individuals that represent the meetings. And the mayor is hearing from them, and we're listening in very closely. We do plan to continue to provide the spaces for pickup for non-essential, for pickup for restaurants that are continuing to do takeaway from their establishments. It's working right now, allowing the businesses to put up their own signage. If we need to get into, as we move along here, actually providing spaces for each zone associated with the parking meter, that we'll do that, and work, continue to work with the businesses. So we've allowed that, and we're going to continue to allow that. So as far as, working and thinking about where we are with the associated phases that the governor said he's going to follow, my first concern is safety for the public and safety for our emergency service workers, especially the police department. We have 17 regular officers, and this year we have 22 seasonal officers. We have, on a nice sunny day, any summer, 50,000 to 75,000 people in the city. So I rely on the police department's recommendations for public safety and their own safety. I've heard from, the public in such a way that, not specifically related to any barrier. Of course, I've heard some of the rumors that are going around, but this, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Banks in just a minute, but this was the best way that we came up with to continue an economic recovery, hearing from those on the boardwalk that are getting ready to open, and creating some safety precautions, not only for the public, but certainly for the officers themselves. As I've said, we've included the 20 of the seasonal beach patrol individuals to assist under the supervision of Chief Banks with the seasonal officers. So for specifics about this barrier, the chief is the best person, Chief and Lieutenant Riddle, to answer those questions. Chief, if you can explain basically how we came up with this approach.
Yes, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, thanks. Good morning. Thank you, City Manager. Obviously, a few weeks ago, the mayor, city manager, came to me and several others, Lieutenant Riddle, and come up with some type of plan. The governor relaxes the business things for non-essentials to try to open up. What can we do to help them out and try to be safe, and at the same time make sure the boardwalk remains closed as well as the beach? So again, and with impending recovery phasing plans being developed as the COVID-19 pandemic improves, the development of a strategy to provide access to both essential and non-essential businesses along the boardwalk and storefront became necessary, at least to start thinking of a plan. Even during our current state of emergency restrictions, with the emergency restrictions, there are food vendors on the boardwalk that are permitted under those guidelines to be open. With that said, the boardwalk and beach must remain closed to adhere to the current CDC regulations and not promote the gatherings of 10 or more people. So what can we do about that? We threw out several different suggestions, and again, with what can we do with the personnel that we have, with the full-time officers, seasonal officers coming on, as well as the lifeguards. So we decided we needed some type of barrier. What type of that barrier is, obviously, is up for discussion to try to give up the businesses some access to open up. Would not be the entire boardwalk length. It'd be as businesses want to come in and be open. So therefore, there's only one storefront, and we would encourage them if they can, since the boardwalk is closed, if they have a side entrance, to use that side entrance and not have to go on the boardwalk at all. So that's less barrier you would need to put out there. So again, it's not a wooden wall. It's not something you can't see, that you can't see through. I mean, you could use anything, but I think you need something that won't blow over. People have to understand where they can and cannot walk. And that goes in the guidelines working with the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office said anything that you open up has to be clear and people have to be able to understand it and has to be signed that way. So that becomes important too, that we need something that can be signed, not just putting something, tape or something on the boardwalk. Otherwise, you can't enforce it and ask people to move away. So it has to be clear and concise, and that was from our District Attorney General that we're asking for. So again, that's why we decided to come up with some type of barrier. We talked about the chain link fence. We talked about crowd control fencing with signage. Sawhorse type like that's down at the top of the bandstand. I do caution about that type of barricade because of the wind. They're not really designed for stay there for long periods of time. So then you have to put a lot of sandbags and things that may not look as neat and clean too, aesthetically. And obviously when we're coming up with that ad, we want it to be safe, but we're also looking at aesthetic at the same time. But more importantly, we're trying to make sure it's clear and concise, and that comes from the Attorney General's office.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, I would ask Lieutenant Riddle to who if that's okay with you, to kind of weigh in on not only the specifics, but what it means to the police department to have some kind of barrier also in place, and the importance of that. And
Just real
also
quick,
assisting
Hey, Sharon,
assisting
just
the
real quick,
public.
who's the "we" that was involved with looking at these options? I just want to clarify that because you and Chief had mentioned that. Is it the mayor and you and the chief? I'm just curious, is it the city officials? Is it state officials? Who's the "we" that have been planning the barrier?
It's the Rehoboth Beach Police Department who controls the
Okay.
safety of the
Got it.
public.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Sit here.
Yeah, you can just-
Thank you, Ms. City Manager. Could you, and I believe the question is, from the police perspective, the reason for starting into the progress of the fence.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. The chief did explain, the beginning of this process and how it, was discussed. But I think the development is your plan, and it's important to advise the commissioners basically what you think is part of this recovery plan, and why specifically it would not be safe to have those businesses open up who want to open up, and just have issuing orders for people to wear masks and to social distance on the boardwalk without some kind of barrier, to keep social distancing in place and to keep the public healthy.
Sure. I believe a tremendous amount went into leading up to those discussions. So the discussion about the barrier came out of various other meetings with the governor, where we're talking about phasing and restrictions and safety for the community. And where we led up to the barrier part was because we understand that there is going to be a phasing back into the opening of the boardwalk. I think we're all understanding that the boardwalk cannot be opened. I mean, that's just the way of it. I think with the number of people, especially if you look at it this way, normally in June, the number of people that will be on the boardwalk, that number is going to be amplified. People have been kept in their house, ready to get outside. When that boardwalk opens, I believe the number of people that are going to visit is going to be amplified. So just to open the boardwalk, I think that's off the table. But as a police department, part of our mission is to enhance the quality of life within our community. And one of the things that we can do to enhance that quality of life is allow those businesses that are on the boardwalk to open, to get back to normal. And also the citizens and visitors that like to visit those businesses that are on the boardwalk, give them access to do that. So that's where the discussion of the barrier on the boardwalk came up to. And tied into that is also the discussion of improved signage. One of the things that we as the law enforcement aspect are concerned with, as Chief mentioned, we've been in touch with the Attorney General's office as to the enforcement of the closure of the boardwalk. They are in approval of the methods that we've taken for closing it down. There's been multiple press releases. There's been Del-Dot signage out on the highway. And we are trying to improve even more upon that so that when people come down here, they're very aware that the boardwalk and the beach are closed. And this barrier is simply more along those lines. We are trying to do the best we can to allow access while at the same time being very clear on what parts are closed.
Okay.
Edward has a
Just
question?
just Chief, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry, Edward, you had your hand up, please.
I've got a couple things, but first I just like to, my question wasn't answered. If a PO was executed, and if materials have been ordered and has a check been signed?
The answer is the purchase order was executed. It is on hold now because of these recent discussions.
Okay, so contrary to what was said earlier, a decision had been made on what materials would be used, and they were purchased. Now put on hold for discussion, but that had taken place.
It had taken place, yes, because we were taking steps to, in less than 2 weeks, to have this on order and then have it installed for the onslaught of the public here.
Completely understand. I just, for the public, I think transparency is important. So I just want to make sure that that was understood. So I think the problem I have with this in general is not, and I, like Lisa mentioned, I think the actions that you and the mayor have taken in the beginning of this crisis and the emergency declaration appropriate. But now we've had 2 months to really start planning ahead and creating a comprehensive recovery plan involving everyone, including all of the commissioners, because the community elects all of us to be their voice and to represent them, and to get feedback from the business community. A couple things have been, suggestions have been put out there. Why is the boardwalk closed? Why don't we open it? Putting a barrier and making people in a 20-foot area is actually discouraging social distancing. Why not give them space of the full 50 feet on the boardwalk so they can properly social distance? Maybe this is the year that we implement, try beach tags out. So all of the houses in Rehoboth and hotels are able to utilize the beach with a limited number of people on the beach or the boardwalk. And then we have limited amount per day for day trippers. Why don't we block off some of the metered spots for outdoor dining to help the businesses that are going to force to have limited occupancy? And just so it's clear, one, the city was never mandated to completely close the beaches. They were allowed to be held open for exercising and walking. In the governor's order, he never closed the boardwalk. We did that as a city, the mayor in his declaration. So I asked the question, should we continue to keep the boardwalk closed? And I don't know the right answer, but I know that making decisions in a vacuum without the input from the entire community is not a way to govern or to do the right thing when there's a lot of smart people with good ideas out there. So, that's all I'll say on that. I don't know that making the expenditure now is the right thing to do without really thinking, listening to people, and having a comprehensive recovery plan that is comprehensive, not just we're doing this thing and then we're going to do this thing, and there's not a holistic plan, and we're not involving all avenues of the community, which is sad because we've had 2 months to have people start thinking about steps and planning ahead. So I don't think that we should be moving forward without having a group of people get together and hear ideas and concerns and all aspects.
So thank you, Commissioner. I'd like Lieutenant Riddle to answer the question as to why we should not open the boardwalk, and maybe include some of what you did in the initial steps and what the mayor did in his declaration to close the beach, to not permit dog walking and exercising. And Chief or Lieutenant Riddle, whomever wants to answer that.
So yes, right off the bat, I will say the boardwalk and beaches absolutely have to remain closed. I think that various openings around the country have showed us what happens when those beaches have been opened. In regards to our particular boardwalk and the access, you were talking about social distancing within the access as opposed to the entire boardwalk. That access, the width of that was strategically planned to match that of Rehoboth Avenue. So any business on Rehoboth Avenue that has access and can be opened, we were trying to give that exact same access to the businesses on the boardwalk. So the people that visit the businesses on the boardwalk are in the same area as they would if they were visiting businesses on Rehoboth Avenue. That's the same distance that they have to walk. I think it's also important to explain that there's also going to be signage not only at the entrances to those access, but on the barriers themselves that explain to people that that access is particularly for accessing the businesses on the boardwalk. It's not for walking on the boardwalk, stopping and looking at the ocean. It'll have verbiage along practice social distancing, no loitering, no dog walking, no exercising. That's not the purpose of the access. This isn't a limited opening of the boardwalk for access. It's access to those businesses. And I think it's pretty evident from the beginning when this first happened. If you remember, the beaches were open. There was down at the state parks when we first started quarantining and staying in our homes. The state park was open, and they had an incident down there where people basically flocked to that beach, and the governor himself commented on how crowded that beach was. So that's what you're going to see if we open the beach and boardwalk. And one important aspect of that I think is really important to explain is we've taken a lot of steps to inform our community. We haven't gone right to enforcing the closure of the beach and boardwalk. I myself did 4 press releases from the police department explaining to the community why, that our beach and boardwalk were closed, in addition to all the other different procedures that they might see. DelDOT assisted us and brought in the signboards that you see at every entrance to Rehoboth that explains that the beach and boardwalk are closed. Not only closed, but closed to exercising and dog walking. In addition to that, you have signage down at the boardwalk itself. We have used drones from DelDOT to make announcements along the boardwalk in the beginning when it was a little more crowded to people as they came onto the boardwalk and it was closed. And we also have pre-recorded messages that we can play from our police cars if we see people starting to come onto the boardwalk that it is closed. So we've tried to do a very good job in making an effort to inform our community. At some point in time, the community is just not following that message, and we have to do something to keep it closed. I explain that because if we decide, hey, let's open this up, and it goes terribly wrong, like you've seen it go terribly wrong in places like Florida and California, it then becomes very hard to pull that back because we've opened it, now and we're closing it again, and when it comes to the enforcement of that closure, there's a lot of confusion as far as prosecuting that in a court of law.
Lieutenant, thank you. And you've seen some of the comments from the public. I'm not asking specifically for you to address those, but just generally, some of the comments that you've seen, would they work here? Just opening the boardwalk, having individual, and looking at social distancing, people wearing masks on the boardwalk, just reopening, and perhaps placing benches at the beach crossings. Would any of that work in your opinion?
We don't have the resources to recommend that, enforce it, remind people. If you're talking about a 20-foot diameter space on the boardwalk, I can certainly go up and say something to somebody in that space, as long as those spaces are limited. You open the entire boardwalk, we don't have the staff, including, if you even include the lifeguards, to make sure that those recommendations are followed. I just think it's very important to reiterate that those accesses are a positive effort from our city and our police department to try and give those businesses the opportunity to open and make profit. It's a positive thing. It's not a negative thing. We're not trying to restrict use of the boardwalk. We're actually trying to give more use of the boardwalk to people so that those businesses can open.
And if I can add one more thing before, I know Susan has a question as well as Lisa. Along the lines of the beach and the boardwalk, we've been having, as the commissioners know, meetings with the Association of Coastal Towns in the last couple of weeks. We've been having some phone meetings. And we've also been on the phone with the governor and his staff about the beaches over the last month or so. And basically what the governor has asked is the coastal towns to input on what we do with beaches and boardwalks and crowds going forward, because he's going to have to make some hard decisions coming up very soon with the May 15th date. And, one of the things that came out of the meetings is a letter from the Association of Coastal Towns to the governor, and basically initially talking about conditions and parameters for reopening. And basically the statement from the act is, Delaware is not yet in a position to know when phase 1 economic recovery will start. That's phase 1 of the federal government. So ACT, being the Association of Towns, cannot foresee at this time a specific date for reopening our many beaches. Basically, the big thing that the governor is going to have to look at is the non-essential travel ban, and as well as the quarantine ban, as well as the short-term rental ban. And those things, the way the governor's talking in the public media is that those things are going to be longer than May 15th. I don't know if he's got a specific date, but those are going to probably be pushed off. And just a final one before I open it up is Bethany has already taken it upon them at their most recent city council meeting to close the beaches at least through June 1st. Close the beaches and their boardwalk. And I would imagine that they're going to keep their bans or restrictions in through at least June 1st as we go forward. So Bethany is probably the closest thing to Rehoboth of the 7 towns because they also have a boardwalk with businesses on that. With that, I'll turn it over. Susan, you had a question.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just wanted to add to what Lieutenant Riddle said, and thank you for that explanation, and especially the positive intent, because that's the way I took it when I first heard about it. But, you know, in addition to looking at what has happened in other beach communities that have opened and how many of them have had to shut down again, and certainly social distancing hasn't been practiced anywhere. In addition to that, it seems like to me the intent nationwide of the CDC guidelines, the White House guidelines, every set of guidelines out there talks about the large venues being the last things to go back to normal. And the large venues in many places are, concert venues or stadiums. Well, in Rehoboth Beach, that's our beach. The analogy is our beach and boardwalk. That's where our large gathering places are. And so because of that, I don't see how we, given guidelines everywhere, I don't see how we can open up, early. I will say this, that I have gotten a lot of questions, and there are a lot of very unhappy homeowners who wish they could use it. And, I understand that it would be very hard to enforce or to know, who's a property owner, who isn't, kind of thing. And I think that's unfortunate because I would love to be able, to give our tax-paying citizens access without opening up to the 50 to 75,000 people that are there on a daily basis. And I do think there's merit to considering the beach tags. I've thought that for a while, and I understand it's been controversial in the past, and my feeling is, if not now, when? But at some point, this is why I mentioned crowd control earlier, because whatever we do, we're going to have to think in terms of crowd control. I would love to be able to find a way to give some benefit to our residents. I just don't see what it would be. And then the last thing I'll say is I think the Association of Coastal Towns meetings, which I gather they've had regularly, and have been have gone with one voice from 7 coastal towns to the governor, has been very effective. I support this group 100%. They meet regularly. I don't know if the public even knows that they exist, but I will tell you that they meet regularly throughout the year. Just in normal circumstances, and it's the 7 mayors and city managers of the 7 coastal communities. And I think that it's been great that they have gone to the governor with one voice. I feel like if we had all been in those calls in all those towns, think about it and multiply the number of commissioners and council members by the number of towns, and that would have been, impossible to manage. Going forward, yes, I think we need to get into the details and into how we communicate the phasing to our businesses and to our residents. But up to this point, I fully support what the association has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Lisa?
No, Paul, thank you very much. But I see that Pat and Dick have their hands up, so I'll wait till they're done. Thank you, though.
Okay, Pat?
Yes. So again, thank you. I know you've been working hard on this, city manager, the police, Paul, the mayor, and I appreciate all the hard work, but I will echo the idea of a comprehensive plan. innovation is something that we need to really embrace right now more than anything. We really need to think outside the box. I think that this idea of a trial on weekdays, perhaps for residents to be able to go on the boardwalk or beach, might be something worth considering. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to work, but I think we have to discuss these things. To me, that's more of an innovative approach to doing some of the things that we have already been mentioned by Lisa and Susan and Edward. Yes, there's a lot of things that we could do as commissioners, and I really think it's important that the commissioners are involved in this conversation and to put together a plan. I mean, I know it's difficult given that we are all in separate places, but at minimum, we could start to suggest bullet points of how about this, how about that, and then meet and talk about a comprehensive plan. Could this work? Involve the police, of course, and the city manager and the people who are normally involved in to talk about these possibilities of something like, for just one example, opening up the boardwalk to residents just during the week. Somebody mentioned, I thought was an interesting idea, was not allowing out-of-state residents to park on residential streets. I mean, there are all kinds of different things that we could look at. So I just really would like to see us move forward with some sort of a meeting or some sort of a process, actually, that will allow us to come up with a comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Pat. Dick?
Well put.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Well, we're chewing on an awful lot here in a short period of time, and they're all critical topics. But let me just add my very sincere and genuine thanks to our entire city team for working on all of these many areas in a very unprecedented time. There's no playbook for any of this. We haven't had a practice at these things. Our police force probably comes closest to having had practice because they do that and they're prepared to deal with crisis. Most of the rest of us are not. And so I thank everyone for all that's been done. So it's really a segue from what you've all talked about, and I could all pick out some things. But I think you've all talked, at least Pat and Edward and Lisa and Susan, about the importance of a plan and having a holistic view of it. And while we can't, as seven of us, micromanage every detail of a response, I think we do need a plan going forward that is, using some of the words that some of you have used, a comprehensive view, kind of an integrated view of community involvement. And so, Paul, I wonder, you've got this group of 6 business people, you said, and now you've added two commissioners, which is laudable. Thank you for doing that. I'm wondering, is that a group that could expand to put on some leadership from our residents, from the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association, and maybe you already have Main Street and the Chamber, so that there is a working group that could be meeting, and maybe right now even meeting virtually every few days to really drill down into the details of some of these things, and then come back to the rest of us for achieving some consensus, so that we are prepared and we're not just kind of taking this as it comes. And God knows that there's going to be unpredictability as we go forward too. If we look at these last 2 months, nothing has been very predictable. But having a plan and thinking about how there is opportunities like we're talking about on the boardwalk to provide equal access to those businesses to be able to open, but also protect public health, does need that kind of, I think, drilling down into a lot of discussion, taking advantage of the strengths that our police, our fire, Sharon and her team bring to all of this. So I think that there's a way to do it, and to be open to what a couple of you have said. Innovation, maybe there's a way. Edward and somebody else brought up the idea, the concept of beach tags. Well, maybe our concept of beach tags wouldn't have to be the Jersey concept, but there may be a way to support our local residents in this. And so, I think we need to get on to figure out how a group can form, meet every couple of days around these things going forward, and take advantage of Paul's work with the Association of Coastal Communities, is weekly calls with the governor's office and so on, and bring all of that to bear as we look at the next 4 weeks, the next 8 weeks, and so on.
Well, let me answer that before Lisa. I know. Thank you, Dick. First of all, there's a couple things to consider as that may be a path for us forward. Number one is timing. Memorial Day weekend is 3 weeks away. The 15th, which is the governor's cutoff date momentarily, is just 2 weeks away. Doing something like beach tags, I think, I've talked about that a number of different times, going back probably 5 or 7 years. I used to talk about it at the chamber meetings when I was on the board. And, that is something that I think is in the future of Delaware, but I don't think it's 3 weeks away. I think that's something that has to be taken into consideration with people from the state, with people from the other coastal towns. I don't think that's necessarily something that can be put into place that quickly. I would love to be able to give something to our residents, to our business holders, that allows some type of control like that from the city's perspective, but I just don't know the timings there. Then the last part is probably the FOIA situation. I don't see that the commissioners can meet every 2 or 3 days. However, we could make a small group of commissioners. This is just a thought, just off the top of my head. Maybe 3 of the 7 commissioners could get together and take it upon themselves to go out to the community and start asking questions, and also maybe work with the city manager and her staff to formulate questions and maybe solutions to questions. And I know that may put a lot of pressure on the staff and the city, as well as the commissioners, to act quickly. But I think that's the way to go, because if you look at, and I've been in meetings with a number of different of the businesses around town, and every business is different. And there are a number that are the same, but every business wants something different. Basically, just talking about the horseshoe up at the bandstand, there was 2 or 3 what they thought were essential businesses that felt left out because their customers had to walk 50 feet. They wanted their customers to have the ability to drive around that circle so that they could see that their businesses were open. However, if we were to let tables and chairs be outside and close off the street, then that wouldn't work for these people. So, there's a lot of different things, but from a legal perspective, and obviously Glenn can weigh in, maybe the best way to do it is to have 3 of the commissioners, whoever we deem the 3, and take it upon themselves to go out to the businesses and go out and interview the businesses, maybe interview the people on the staff, because I think we've got great people on our staff that can provide the information that's important, just like Lieutenant Riddle and Chief Banks did here, is there are things that you have to take into consideration above and beyond just the resident or just the business, and it has to do with the protocol and the functionality of the city itself. So that's my idea. Think about that. Lisa, you had a question.
Yeah,
Mayor, can I just,
really quick, Paul, just real quick. I just want to underscore one thing. I really believe that, we are so lucky to have Police Chief Banks here, and I don't want him or the lieutenant to think that we don't respect what they're saying, but we have an obligation to listen to many different stakeholders, in terms of ideas. So I ask them not to be discouraged, but to continue to present ideas while we broaden the discussion across our community and to other stakeholders. I think there's probably ideas, I've seen ideas where we can meet kind of the enforcement, safety, and health considerations while also taking into account moving towards some sort of progress on economic recovery here. So I would just encourage, I don't want to lose this point that we delay any decisions or purchases of barriers or moving forward with anything else till we have these meetings. And I think Edward has his hands up. He'll probably discuss this, but he and I have been holding virtual meetings already and have another one coming up this week. So if a third commissioner would like to get engaged with that effort, love to have them. But I wouldn't limit this to one or two commissioners. Maybe there's a couple commissioners that focus on one area and a few that focus on another to meet FOIA. But I believe that the voices of all the elected officials should be involved in this planning process and bringing ideas to the full Board of Commissioners. So thank you. And I yield my time now to either Edward or Pat. Thanks.
Edward, you were next on the list. Did you cut him off?
He's muting himself, but.
Edward, I think you muted yourself.
Okay, he just can't. He's good. Edward, can you hear us?
No.
Got the little red mic in the corner.
There we go.
There you go.
Sorry, when I tried to
You're on
unmute,
now.
said the host had muted me. I just want to echo what Lisa said. My comments, I didn't intend for them to be sort of a strategy session here on ideas, and we could sit here and talk for days about different ideas we've heard. My comment was really just the process on how we're making decisions now at this point, and who we're including or discluding. And I have the greatest respect for Chief and his staff and City Manager Lynn and her staff. But we're all looking at things from our own perspectives. And I think that's why in these critical times of decision making, we need to have all different perspectives at the table to hash out and think about different ideas and things we can do to innovative ways that we can get through this crisis. With that, I echo. I think it's an inappropriate time to have the expenditure of a wall until we talk more about it and hear from others. And again, I didn't want to derail the conversation of the budget to this area, but just again, I have the greatest respect for Chief and the City Manager.
yeah.
Thank you. Pat?
Yes.
Dick, Pat's there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So from a practical viewpoint, where we are today on May 4th, and with May 15th coming up quickly and Memorial Day following quickly after that, the idea of a comprehensive plan, we've got to put a timetable in place. There are certain things that we have to make some decisions on, and I think we as the Board of Commissioners need to make this decision on the idea of the barrier that the police are recommending, Chief and his staff, and how we will move forward with that or not. But I don't think we want to leave this meeting. I mean, we can't make this decision right this minute, but I think we need to be prepared to put some timetable in place that decision will be made, as well as other decisions, other things that have already come up, that people have mentioned, and to figure out, it's a rollout, it's a process that we are rolling things out. So it's not all at once necessarily, but we're trying to pay attention to the phase one of what the governor was looking at and really paying attention to that and what the chief and his staff find are important. But yes, let's put the timetable in place to make a decision on some of these things. Number one appears to be the idea, of course, of the barrier and how we'll either move forward with something like that or not.
Thanks, Pat. Dick, you had a question?
Yeah, it's really just a comment, and it's minor, and for some of you, it probably doesn't make any difference, but it makes a difference for a lot of people. And one of the things that happened over the last few days was kind of a lot of this information, like the mayor's alluded, kind of blowing up out on social media and even some of the formal press media. You know, it's the way we talk about things. And so even using the word barrier here, the word barrier is a negative term for most people. We could talk about rather having a safe walkway to the businesses that we want to provide an equal opportunity to be able to open, just like we want for the businesses that have a street opening. So a safe walkway is a better word than barrier. And I think we ought to think about how we communicate some of these things. And then there's also the timeliness of communication, the talking about things, even as they're being developed, that we're working on these things, makes a big difference out in the world simply because of the way people rumor mill everything to death, and it comes back and it bites at all of us, and it takes a precious time. I mean, our city team that's working so hard on this has had to backtrack on so many things, and gosh, I'd like them to continue to move forward with us as commissioners, not having to always go back and make adjustments because of the world out there rumoring about everything. So minor point maybe.
It's not a minor point. I don't believe it's a minor point at all. And I think it's extremely important. Thank you very much, Commissioner Byrne, for your comments.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for all your comments. Very much appreciated. I know, if you might know, I really watch my budget, and that's really important as it is with everybody here at the table and that's with us today. But can we agree or try to move as far as to say that the beach is going to be closed for right now? And what we have at some street ends currently is some barrels with some signs on it. With the few people that's been in town over the last 6-8 weeks, that has been sufficient. But again, it goes back to us working with District Attorney General. That some of the signs are being taken off, they blow around, they get people just move the barrels. We really need to get some kind of signage in place at the street ends that is set on the states. I think some of you guys had something sent out showing a barricade from the mayor that says, "Do not go beyond this point. The beach and boardwalk is closed to all activities." Because the more people that come in, we're going to need something with that substance. What I can tell you, and there's no promises, something like that would go from all the way down to all the beach openings. It would be under $8,000. And talking to some of the grants, people that's looking during this pandemic, it looks like we could be reimbursed for that amount. Now, I don't know before we leave here today if there's any way to move forward or get some kind of consensus, say, yes, we need to have that in place, because my fear is more people comes in and they are on the boardwalk, they're on the beach. We're really not going to be on legal ground if we don't have this signage better signage in place when we have more people. Again, what we have up now is working, but it's less people up there, and it was something we did makeshift to do that quickly.
So that's an important point, Chief. Can you just point out which of the designs that you're looking for so the commissioners can see that? And I do want to emphasize that I really believe that we will be reimbursed for anything that we purchase, within reason, of course, for this pandemic.
It's the, I'm not sure, I'll hold it.
She'll hold it up maybe to the
Yeah, I
camera.
don't know if you can see that. That is the one that I was talking about, that has the barricade, that has the written signage on it. The mayor sent it out the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, I sent,
That would be placed just at the end of the beach entrances as you walk up to the boardwalk to let people know it's closed. That's what I'm referring to. We can get that, quickly made up in, locally, the signage locally, the barricade sent to us relatively fast. Again, it's as more people come in, and I would urge that we, come to consensus that the beach is gonna be closed at least for now, and that we can, move forward on buying these barriers. And I agree with what one commissioner said as far as calling it a safe walkway, but this isn't anything to do with the walkway on the boardwalk at all. This is just to notify that our beach and boardwalk is currently closed. And so we are looking at getting reimbursed for that. On a side note, after this is all done and the signs are paid for, the police department, public works would be able to use the signage for other, closures if they had road work in the future, so they won't be like it's just this one-time effect. It'll be used many times over.
and just to reiterate, this would replace the barrels that are at the end of the streets right now on the entrance to the boardwalk. There's one on each sidewalk as you come up to the boardwalk. These signs that he's suggesting, these structures would be replacing the barrels that are getting blown around with heavy wind. Some people have taken the small signs off of them. This would be a larger piece, but right at the end of the sidewalks.
So they're 4 feet high, and I think, is that the same ones that are at the end of the Rehoboth Avenue right now?
No, those are heavy-duty plastic. These are metal, and these are 6 feet high with the 3 bars.
Yeah.
Correct. When you get higher than the solid horses, that's at the end of the avenue, then you have to go to this next step up. Again, you can put sandbags on these so they don't blow around. These sawhorses are not made except for a very short time span. So they really weren't designed for this type of, to put at the end of the streets and stay for a period of time.
Chief, can you get electronic signs so they can be reused for other notification or communication, since you believe that we can get reimbursed, for these purchases? Can we think a little more strategically and get something like electronic signs, some sort of modern electronic signs that we can reuse for different messaging? So.
Good question. The city does have 2 electronic signs, and if I remember correctly, they were about $16,000 a piece. Both, Public Works has one, and the Police Department received one off a grant last year. So they're expensive, and I don't think we could put something like that on each street end. Just on the south side, I believe we have 12 street ends, and then at the same time, don't forget, not just a boardwalk, as we move down Surf Avenue, all those side streets going up to the tennis courts need to be signed.
And these could be utilized
But, yeah.
by other public works and the police for other things as well.
But yes, we could use electric signs. It's just it would be really expensive.
It seems fair what the chief, what you're asking for, and the fact that they can be reused and we'll probably get reimbursed for it. The only thing I would ask is that the sign that goes on the metal barricade, if you will, maybe they're inexpensive enough where we can have multiple signs made up. If not, maybe something magnetic where we can change the language. At some point, the beach is probably going to continue to be closed. but the boardwalk may be open, or they'll both be open for just exercise. So some way that we can utilize these throughout the entire recovery process, I think would be great. But I think what you're asking for is fair, and we should move forward with it.
I'm in agreement.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
agreed.
would say, we could have multiple signs. They are lightweight and durable because of the weather resistance, of things that, because we've used this type of signage before, and it's just, tie strapped up, so it's easy enough to, change out, so thank you.
Susan, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, and the only comment, I would be careful what you say about reusing the signs in the future, because it won't get reimbursed unless it's specifically for things related to the pandemic. So the more future use it has, we might be in trouble for reimbursement. But anyway, that's just an aside. I was going to ask if there was public that was set up to comment for this particular topic, because I would like to hear from people.
Yes, there are about 4 people on for this subject, but I wanted to get through the commissioners.
Okay.
So is there a consensus here that the chief can move ahead with the barrier that he's looking for the end of the streets?
Just from my perspective, it sounds like everybody else's, but I think we should accelerate the broader planning over the next week, meet next week, and give the agreement if that's part of the overall plan. That's just me. I'm sure you'll get consensus, but I just think all these short-term expenditures and decisions without being in the context of a broader recovery plan are not the right thing. But and I'm not talking about delaying this forever. I'm just saying we should plan this week and then convene next week, or just give chief the approval from there. That's my perspective, but we can live with either way.
What kind of lead time do you need?
Good question.
2 weeks.
Yes, 2 weeks is what it looks like for
Okay.
like things up and get them in.
Okay, that's important. Yeah.
And Chief, one other logistical question here. You'll first use them at the ends of the street or the sidewalks to the boardwalk, but in my mind, I think we should open the boardwalk. I think it's better for people to exercise on it. It's flatter. I've heard from a ton of elderly residents that they feel unsafe exercising on the sidewalks because they're uneven, and the boardwalk is safer. But that aside, if we do open up the boardwalk, these can be then moved to the beach entrances.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
I tend to agree with Lisa or Commissioner Schlosser on having a comprehensive plan. But I think since these are going to be utilized year over year on different things such as bike races and street closures, I'm okay with this limited expense for what the chief's asking for.
Can't you rent things from DelDOT, Chief? DelDOT has these electronic signs. They have those sort of things. I mean, have we tried to rent them from DelDOT as opposed to making the expenditure? I'm incredibly concerned about the budget as well. So as everybody.
Right. They don't have, we have 28 streets that would have to be signboard. DelDOT doesn't have 28 signboards like that. It's the message boards, as they call it, to give us. We've been very fortunate because of our past experiences, work related things that we go on here, that they allow us to use them. But DelDOT does have their equipment in use right now, because once we started using at our street entrances, other towns have gone to them and asked to use them. So they're kind of booked up. Again, we have a great relationship with DelDOT, and we were the first ones to get that. However, they have told us as they start opening things up and other events and other projects they have going on roadways, they will have to recall those back. So
Thanks, Chief.
we don't really know how long we're going to have, but we do have 28 street ends. And they're pretty big, so they would have to be in the fire lanes and things, sitting at the beach end. It's something else to think about. You know, we can always ask, but we definitely wouldn't get that many.
Thank you.
All right, so Pat, go ahead.
I agree with Lisa that we need a comprehensive plan, but at the same time, I agree with Ed as well, that we're going to use these for some other purposes, and they're currently going to replace what's there that's not working as well as they should. So I am in support of moving forward with these, the purchase of these barriers for them.
Hey, this is
Mayor.
Steve. Can you
Oh,
all
go
hear
ahead,
me
Steve.
okay?
Sorry, Dick, Steve's there first.
Yeah, that's,
So I apologize to everybody. I've been having pretty significant technical issues this morning, and I've been dropped off and back on a couple times, but I just wanted to weigh in a little bit briefly. I like the idea of having forward planning in an innovative and smart way. I believe that there's a lot of great ideas out there. I do support what the chief wants to do here initially. I think it's going to be a challenge to balance the need to have a lot of stakeholder input with the timing of getting things done. And you know, just using the signage as an example, when there's a 2-week lead time, a lot of things can happen in 2 weeks. So I think that it'll be a real challenge for us to do the right thing in a timely fashion.
Thanks, Steve. Dick?
well, Commissioner Sheffer said it well for me. Yeah, I think we ought to move ahead and purchase the signage the chief has been talking about. I don't see that detracting from the importance of developing a comprehensive kind of plan. This isn't a very timely action step. The plan is developing strategies as we go forward in the way that I think about this. So, you know, I support getting the signs, getting them up as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you, Dick. Now, we do have a couple of people that want to ask questions on the budget discussion. So I'd like to go to them momentarily, but what we'll do on this subject is I'll give it some thought. I'll speak with the city manager and the staff. And again, I think from my perspective, the easiest way for us to focus on this and not get too widespread, and because we're in a time crisis here, is to have 3 commissioners get together and take it upon themselves to start talking to the residents, start talking to the businesses, and put together a plan, and speaking with the staff as much as possible. So I'll give that some thought, put something on paper, and see what you all think. We do have a pretty big agenda, and with that,
Mayor, just so you know, we're already moving forward with some meetings this week between Edward and Commissioner Schnelski and I. So to limit it to 3 commissioners is just it's a non-starter. Everybody's going to want to get engaged as elected officials whose voices representing many folks who can't be on meetings every day. So please think about other options than 3 commissioners. That's not going to work.
All I'm thinking about here is from the perspective of a legal perspective with the FOIA concerns. I have no issues whatsoever of all 7 commissioners putting in any kind of information, but we just have to be careful on how they communicate.
Yeah, I am concerned that what about this is not a subcommittee, 3 people, that would make it subject to FOIA like any other subcommittee.
I have a question.
If we're going to have 7, we would have to
I understand
have.
that, but the thought of 3 or less than 7.
Yeah, I'm talking less than 4, so we wouldn't have a quorum.
But it's still a subcommittee if we're working
Right.
toward one goal, right, Glenn?
Can I weigh in short? So yes, we need to be concerned about being some sort of a subcommittee that is appointed to make recommendations back to the commission. So a 3-member group that was appointed to make recommendations to the commission would be subject to FOIA. There are some creative ways that I think we could possibly move forward with having more commissioners involved in some of these activities, but I'd like a little bit of leeway to talk with the mayor about those different options, because I've heard loud and clear that you all would like to have a little bit more involvement in it. The one thing I'll say is that, you know, Chapter 22 of the City Code is pretty robust and gives the mayor a fair amount of authority as far as emergency operations go. Now, there is an expectation under the emergency operations plan that the commissioners remain informed with those decisions, and I think he's tried to do that. One of the main roles that the commissioners have as a group in these emergency planning instances is adopting legislation to deal with the emergency, and that's one of the things that we have on today is an ordinance that's necessary to deal with the emergency. But I do think there are ways that you all can become a little bit more involved, and I'd just like a little bit of leeway to talk it through with the mayor after hearing the discussion today.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, and I think it's important that we have input, how that happens. City Solicitor, it's up to you to do that, but each and every one of us need to have input to this process and not be left out.
I agree 100%.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right, so we'll move into the questions from the public.
Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
Edward.
before you do that, are you taking questions just on the barrier, or I'm sorry, the signage related stuff, or the budget overall? Because I did mention in the beginning, I had budget specific questions that I kind of tabled for this bigger overall sort of topic.
Okay. All right, so please, your budget related questions.
They'll be quick and easy. City manager, it looks like I want to applaud you. You did a great job, as long as with Bert and Kevin Williams on deferring as much as we can, and I think we all appreciate that. So on the potential budget hold, the 2021 capital budget spreadsheet, it looks like line item 1, the alterations to City Hall reception desk. You spent $17,000 and put on hold $70,000. Can you just maybe inform us what the $17,000 was spent on?
So the $17,000 was not spent. We came up as instructed on March 20th to come up with a different, friendlier design that would safeguard those working. And that initial price, plus including the design, is $17,000. That's basically a sliding window, if anyone recalls that from the old City Hall area. It would be a sliding window with access for the public to slide something, give something to the transact business, let me say, between the front desk person and the public. It would not be, it would be made of glass, and that would include the framing for that, just that front area there.
Okay, so just to clarify, under the spend column, whether it's been spent already or not, it's what you plan on spending, and then the hold column is, it will not be spent until a later time that we either not at all or is being deferred until late fall?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to ask the question because I think a lot of people care about this particular item. This sliding glass store, will it have a complete opening with face-to-face discussion and movement of objects, or will it be so if Mr. Perry, who's at the front desk, can slide this open, he and I are communicating face-to-face, not through glass when he opens it?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's probably an acceptable alternative that most people would agree with. And I like the the savings that you were able to do. The Delaware, can you explain it? This is my last question. Explain a little bit about the change to the Delaware Avenue restroom expansion.
Edward, what's the line item?
That's line item number 9. We approved 250,000 on the Delaware Avenue restroom expansion, and it looks like the spend for that is 25 and 250 has been deferred.
Can you please come up and talk to that?
There.
Hi, good morning, everyone. That's 25,000 would allow the project to proceed with the design so that if funds are available to go to construction in the fall, we could do it in the fall to then have it open for next spring.
Okay, so design will continue through the summer, construction possibly late fall.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you both for your comments. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I have 2 budget questions too, just really quickly as well, Mayor. I already asked one, but I noticed that we're going to spend 180K from the city funds to support the dock project. Again, I fully support the dock project, but we were told we'd have an MOU before any money was spent with a commitment really from the nonprofit to provide that funding to the city. So I'd like to know the status of that MOU, if it's done. And then number 2, I'd like to understand why the city's expending 180K right now, as opposed to us using some of the 900K that we already have in the bank. And then 3 is, do we have a commitment for the rest of that 400K at this point? So that's one question I have on the budget. And then the other one is city manager is a lot of folks have businesses, especially that, as we know, are struggling, have asked if there can be a deferral of their wastewater and water bills. So I'd just like you to address that. That's my final 2 questions on the budget. Thank you.
So as mentioned earlier, we do have payment plans. We can set up those for any business who is interested in that.
Okay. That's great.
That's not an issue. We also, what was the question just before that? Not regarding.
I'd like to understand the dock a little bit more in your.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So well, first of all, Glenn can talk about the MOU, but we have, I believe, just one purchase order that has come through with one reimbursement. So we're not anywhere close to knowing what the bottom line will be for that. As I said in my earlier report, we had an issue with Verizon, so we're looking at conceivably breaking into that contingency for that, and maybe some other issues, which is, of course, what projects are, contingencies for projects are for. So I'm not yet, we're watching the budget for that and not spending any city funds for that yet. As far as the MOU, Glenn.
Sure, thanks. So the MOU has been prepared. It clarifies a few things. It's not signed yet, but it has been agreed to by Mark Carter, who is with the Rehoboth Canal Improvement Association. I think he needs to go to his board to get final authorization to sign it, but he accepted it without any changes. It clarifies, for example, that the city's $280,000 that it's pledged, if necessary, will only be used if it is necessary, and that the Rehoboth Canal Improvement Association is expected to continue to fundraise. I understand that $280,000 has been reduced somewhat already. I don't know what the number is right now, but there has been some reduction to it. But as far as the MOU goes, I expect to have it signed likely this week, depending on when he's going to get authorization from the board.
Thank you.
Are we not going to see it? We aren't seeing the MOU?
There was no, as my recollection is, there just to have an MOU in place. There was nothing specific to bring back to the commissioners. If you'd like to see it, yes, we'll send it to you and we can hold off on signing it until after you review it.
Is that the desire that you all see it before it's signed? I mean, I thought the important factor I thought was ensuring that there'd be continued fundraising, and that is certainly in there. But I'm happy to circulate.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question about I do understand that the 280 was reduced to 181, and I wanted to understand, and it was through two change orders, was my understanding, and I wanted to know more about those two change orders, because again, my understanding, and I just got a little notice on my computer that says my internet connection is unstable, so hopefully I won't get cut off here. But anyway, if one of the changes was the elimination of the maintenance plan. So before I go off too far on rumors I've heard, can we talk a little bit about that, or where the 181 came from?
It looks like the city manager is pulling document. Oh, sorry.
Okay, all right.
No, so the credit change order for $90-some-odd thousand was remove the 2-year of the maintenance program.
Mm-hmm.
They're now going to do that, I guess, in-house with their volunteer force. That was the major item in it. It also changed some benches from one type to another type, which was a credit savings. And it also eliminated some of the paving stones and replaced it with just poured in place concrete slab. So those are the credit items, roughly $96,000. We are in the middle of negotiating a change order for relocating that Verizon duct that the city manager mentioned they had encountered unexpectedly a week or so ago. And now there's an issue with the existing overlook structure that we're going to have to deal with as well. Two very minor items that a couple $1,000s each, which typical for when you're doing underground construction work, finding things that maybe you didn't think were going to be there, when you looked at it from above ground. But we're in the middle of that process right now.
Okay, so the removing of the 2-year maintenance was actually something that sort of jumped out at me when I heard it. But do I hear you're saying that's going to be done on a voluntary basis going forward? Because if so, that's better than what I thought, which is that it was going to be a city expense. It just wasn't. It was just being kicked. The can was being kicked down the road. So I was trying to understand, whether that's really the elimination of the expense, the delay of the expense, or what.
Good question.
It's my understanding it was agreed to that the LRCIA was going to perform that function with their volunteer force. Not that we're not going to do any maintenance out there.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Hopefully that's in the MOU.
Yeah, right. That's one of the reasons I was curious what it says. Yes, exactly. And the only other thing is we have this 900,000. I don't have the sheet right in front of me because it's not part of our agenda today. So perhaps it'll be something we talk about at the next meeting when we get into the details. But I'm under the impression that not all of that money we actually have, that some of the grant money is still being kept by LRCIA to pay some of their bills. So at some point, we just need to sort of see how it shakes out and what we really are paying for. That's all.
We will get that.
Okay.
I'm not clear on I'm sorry, just since we're on that, I'm not clear from city manager why we're putting an expenditure 180 as a priority in the city budget still, when was only supposed to be a commitment from the city to get the contract, not an actual obligation. I'm not getting the answer to that. So if you could just help me there, I'd appreciate it.
Well, the amount needs to be budgeted, so it's available if we do need it.
Okay, but you're not spending it right now. You're just putting it there as a
No, we are
placeholder.
not spending it. As I said, there's just been one.
Got it. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
City manager, I think what Commissioner Schlosser is referring to is on the spend column, the 181 is there, and then the 98, which I think is the contingency, is on the hold column. I think that's what the commissioner is referring to. Is that
okay? Well, it's not being spent until we need to.
Okay, I think that helps clarify. And then my only comment on this is I'm glad that the LCICI is, or LRICIA is willing to sign the agreement with no comments, but I am disappointed that construction has started without the execution of the MOU, because that is very much what I voted for in favor of this, was with the exception that we would enter into an MOU with some of these details already agreed to and outlined. And I'm glad that they don't have issue with it and are willing to sign it, but it could very much not be the case. And construction has already started. So I'm disappointed.
Understood. Understood. It was just, circumstances that put us a little behind. I understand.
Okay, I'm going to assume there are no more questions from the commission, or Dick, go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, I've got a quick one. I want to go back to a comment the city manager made in response to supporting businesses. Sharon, you said that a business can set up a payment plan regarding water and sewer bills, correct? So,
Correct.
Does the same policy apply to landlords that are renting city buildings and city property? Does that question make sense?
I understand the question.
Well, can a landlord that is renting city property or city building also set up a payment plan with the city under the current emergency circumstances that we're dealing with?
To one of the city's tenants.
Oh, basically you're speaking about the senior center?
No.
Oh, okay.
But don't we have folks that are renting buildings that the city owns?
Yeah, yes, but they're not landlords, they're tenants.
Okay, I used the wrong term. But,
Yeah, sorry.
But the question is the same. Can they set
I
up?
mean, if anyone has an issue like the chamber, they can certainly contact us and we'll work something out.
And residents, Sharon, correct?
Residents call us all the time for payment plans for water,
Okay.
water bills.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm assuming that's it from the commissioners. I'm going to go to the people that have called in that are on the list. And the first one is Jan Conacy. And Jan, if you can please state obviously your name and address, and try to keep your question or your comments to 3 minutes, please.
I don't even have 3 minutes. Thank you. Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. I heard somehow about 2 hours ago when this discussion started, either Sharon or Paul, I think it was Sharon, said something about talking about lifeguards, that the beaches would not be open on Memorial Day and we needed less lifeguards. Well, that was the first time I've heard that the beaches are not going to be open. I don't have an opinion on whether they should or should not be open. It's just that, like everybody else, I'd like to know one way or the other. So are the beaches, has there been an announcement and I missed it? I thought I'd been pretty keeping up on everything.
No, the date for the beaches from the governor's state of emergency is May 15th. He is in the process of thinking about, the way he's speaking, about extending that. As I said, Bethany Beach took it upon themselves to close their beaches. They extended the time period locally till at least June 1st. The Association of Coastal Towns have been speaking together and gave their opinions to the governor about the path forward. The impression I have is, unless the governor changes many of his special situations, restrictions, the beach will be closed through Memorial Day.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I also just had another comment about the beach and the boardwalk. The beach, my cousin lives in Surf City, North Carolina, and residents they don't have a boardwalk. Residents are allowed to walk on the beach for exercise. all they have to do is keep either their driver's license or, something to that effect that shows they're a resident in their pocket. And when you were talking earlier about ways that we could help the residents and the property owners in town have access to the beach and the boardwalk, there's probably a way we could figure out to allow residents at least to walk on the beach. And so that was just one way they're doing it that seemed very easy. My cousin said she just slips her driver's license in her pocket when she heads out for her walk. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. The next question is from Jay Legree.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't have really things to say that hasn't already been said, but I will say something. Point Pleasant, New Jersey, tried to put a policy in place where residents could use the beach to the exclusion of others. And the governor said, as long as the state is funding replenishment, the beach will be open to all or none. So that might be something to think about, although as a resident, it's a wonderful idea. But I don't have any questions right now on the budget. We'll get into that when Kevin talks about the bid. But I agree with Commissioner Shermanowski, and I agree with Schlosser. You guys are on the right track. We've got to get people. We've got to open this up and get other people involved. And our counselor can do some fancy ledger domain and figure out ways to make it legal. And that's all I have. Thanks so much for letting me talk.
Thank you, Jay. The next is John Swift. I think is that right? No.
We have Terry Langer.
Oh, sorry. Terry Langer, please.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, good. So, hello everybody, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to bring my input. My input was supposedly very limited. All I wanted, because this is what the Food and Drug Administration actually recommends when opening: close the streets, outdoors cafes. It all goes together. It all goes together because there is no business, I don't know any business that can live on 25% capacity. It is not possible. But outdoor cafes do exist. Number two, it is safer for everybody than anything inside. All the studies prove this. And second, when we close the streets, we naturally avoid the rush on the beaches. So that generates the possibility to open the beaches, open the boardwalk, and have our business running. When is this feasible? I don't know, but I would love to have that put in the plan. By the way, whoever did not receive the plan that Jeff Cochrane sent this morning at 2:20 a.m. Can you imagine? He's a local resident and he sent an email at 2:00 in the morning. That shows how motivated he is. Please read it. Everything is in there. We just need to find the way to implement what he's saying. He's done it all. He did the whole job for everybody. We just need to implement it. So please take that into consideration. And thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you very much, Terry. Tom Evans.
He is not on the call.
He's not on the call. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. That's the end of the discussion on A of concerning COVID-19 potential budget impacts.
Mayor, I just want to make sure, did we get consensus from the commissioners to
Move forward
with the 6-foot?
the 6-foot barrier that the
Barriers
chief was
for
talking about at the end of the streets.
Correct.
Yes.
And as far as advising businesses that are going to continue to call, whether or not they can open on the boardwalk, are you commissioners agreeing that they can open?
Essential businesses should be able to open. That's the law. That's the rule.
And do we have to wait for the governor for non-essential, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Have these
So-
businesses that are essential that are on the boardwalk, have you talked to them?
Some have called.
Well, the essential ones, I mean, I know they would be the food related ones. And for example, the Green Turtle has an entrance on the side of the building, so they should not, if they're doing carry out, that's fine. I mean, that's allowable. If they're carry out restaurants like their Belly Filler, if they're opening, they have to have a process in place to do it. So before we should know about the businesses, and if we need to do some sort of pathway that is going to protect the citizens who are going there to purchase things, then we can deal with that. But if we don't know who they are, I think we ought to know that first.
So we have less than 2 weeks for Memorial Day weekend, and some are wishing to be open before that. So if you're not, if that's okay with you, are you saying, someone mentioned it might have been you, Commissioner Calusi, that we should just open the boardwalk? Is that the consensus of the commissioners?
No.
No.
No,
I don't think I said that. Actually, I wasn't suggesting we open the boardwalk necessarily. There was that whole conversation about the type of the 20-foot wide section on the boardwalk for people going to these essential businesses, how to keep the boardwalk closed and allow them to still do that. So that conversation, I think, still needs to take place. I think, I will tell you, I'm not in favor of a fence. I don't know how, I think we still need to talk about how that's to happen. It's just hard to
Okay.
give you a straight answer right now, at least from my perspective.
Well,
Okay, well, we'll put it back on the agenda for the regular meeting on the 15th. Is that okay?
yes,
Fine with me.
Okay,
yes.
Okay.
Good.
thank you.
Thank you. We'll move right into the discussion of the upcoming filing and voting deadlines for the August 8th, 2020 municipal elections. Just a couple of things before we go into specifics on ours. I think some of you have probably seen that the governor in the last month or so postponed a number of different elections that were to take place in April or in early May. He has put off any kind of elections to be scheduled until at least after May 15th. So as we look at our schedule, everything is on schedule for the election on the 8th of May. We have updated the website, the front page of the website about elections. There's also updated in the section on elections on the website so that people can register without having to come to City Hall. All they have to do is make the phone call, and all the information is on the website. The same thing for the absentee ballots as they're set up as we move into the end of June into early July. I would anticipate that we will probably have a larger number of absentee ballots this year than we've had in the past relative to paper ballots or ballots in person. I've heard from a couple of different municipalities on the governor's calls that, for example, I think it was Seaford has an election coming up, and I think they have had requests for 80 to 90% of their voting base in absentee ballots. So I would think that'll probably take place. But otherwise, the election is on schedule for the 8th, and all the dates are in the website for petition filings, absentee ballots, registrations, so on and so forth. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions of the commissioners or any comments that anybody wants to make about this, but as far as things are concerned right now, elections are moving forward. I have not heard of any further elections postponed by the governor. Again, he has the May 15th date.
I have two questions, Paul, if I don't see any other hands up, so can I be recognized?
Sure.
I'm
Lisa.
sorry, Lisa, yeah. So great. I'm really happy you've been ahead of the curve on this, Paul and Sharon. So I just want to absolutely confirm, and you said this, but to register, if you are a city resident, even if you're a property owner and meet the criteria, you can register to vote in the city election just simply by calling either Donna or June, I think it is, before July 9th, correct? That's my first question.
Basically, you call either Donna or Jean at the city administrative offices, and they will take your name down. They will check property records to make sure that you can actually apply. And then they will work with the people on that application. And then they will be able to work out with Jean or Donna the way to send in a copy of their driver's license.
Great, thank you.
So that they will.
Okay. My second question.
Hold on
sorry.
1 second. Donna's going to say something.
Oh, sure. Great. Thanks, Donna.
Good morning. Yeah, when people call in, what we do is verify that they are eligible to vote. We will then send them a copy of the voter registration card. They in turn return that to us with a copy of their driver's license.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Return it. They can just mail it or scan it.
They can mail it or they can email it back. We do have a website available for elections only. So everybody is requested to send it to the elections website.
Great.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks. My second question is this. I noticed in just reading things, the candidates for elective office have to have their form in by Monday, June 8th. So I'm wondering what accommodation is being given for there's a mayor and 2 commissioner seats open. So that they don't have to take that form physically. Well, we're not allowed right now to take a form physically, to residents. Nobody is. I mean, you're not supposed to be doing that under the orders. So how can a potential candidate for one of these 3 offices actually get signatures and send them in electronically? So what's the process that you don't have to go get physical signatures, because quite frankly, you're not allowed to do that right now?
The process is electronically, if you'd like that to be that way. Basically, you make a copy of the petition statement, and then you email it, scan it out to somebody, ask them to sign it. They fill it out with the signature, send it back to you. And then when you hand in the number of signatures that you get to Donna, you could have 6 or 8 different pages. And then you have to verify that you were the collector of the signatures, and then you get that notarized in the office.
So maybe this is a question for Glenn. Why can't you just send a list of names and emails of people that would sign the petition to Donna with a copy to those individuals, verifying that you got their approval? I mean, why not be able to do that? A lot of people don't know scan capabilities, et cetera. It seems very complicated. So I'd just like to understand why that it can't be done that way.
Basically, a very easy way to do it, Lisa, would be to take a picture of it with your phone and then just text it in that fashion so that you could make a copy of it.
Yeah, but you're still requiring the people signing the petition to have to print it out, sign it. Why not just allow people, and I'm asking Glenn actually, why can't we just allow a potential candidate to collect emails, send a certified email with those people copied and their names and addresses to Donna, and certify that that you got these signatures, copy them on the email, and go from there and have her validate the addresses from there. I'm just looking at different options, for folks that have reached out to me that might want to run. So I'd like to know why we can't do something that simple as opposed to all this paper going back and forth and scans and text. I understand personally how to technically do that. That's not the question. Question is process. Can we put in place an easier process?
So I guess, when we talked about it, we didn't anticipate the technology aspect of it being a real difficult thing to deal with. But I guess the reason we didn't go that far when we had this discussion is this is a charter requirement to have the affidavit of certification, and the charter specifically says, for the affidavit that the candidate is going to ultimately sign, specifically says that the petition was signed in the presence of the candidate. So we thought that relaxing it to allow for some flexibility using electronic means would be acceptable under the state of emergency, but further relaxing it, getting further away from the charter's provision that says you have to be physically witnessing them sign it. We didn't want to go that far. So I think
You're not physically witnessing if you're emailing it and somebody's signing it and emailing it back. You're still not witnessing the signature.
That's true. It's a matter of how far is appropriate to relax it under these circumstances, and we thought it's appropriate to go that far. If it becomes a real issue that candidates are having problems, I think it's something we can revisit and perhaps get relief from the Board of Elections if we needed to.
I'd like to ask the question just to make it simpler for our residents and citizens and anybody that may want to run. I don't see a harm in asking the question, and maybe there's an easier way for everybody to do this.
Okay, noted, and we'll take that
Yeah,
up. Right.
just ask. I mean, and if it absolutely can't be done, I'm sure folks will figure out a way, but easier the better in these times. Thank you.
Got it.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Sure.
Do you have any hands up, Max? Any other questions? I don't see any hands up on Max's plate. If not, I do have a member of the public that has a question, and I'll go right to Jan Conacy.
Hi, Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. I'm speaking right now as a board member of the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association. We want to do a registration campaign for our membership, and we had one of our members call in to register absentee, and she was told she needed to send a copy of her deed. What I heard you all say now is that is not a requirement. Is that correct? That you all have the deeds right there in City Hall, and you can check and see that person really.
You do not have to send a deed. Again, on the website is the phone number for Donna or Jean, and they call Donna or Jean directly. And basically what they will do is verify that you are a property owner and eligible to vote. And then they'll send you a copy of the voter registration card that person will fill out and send back to Donna, as well as with a copy of the driver's license.
Right. I understand that now, Paul, but the person who called in was told, she called in and talked to, I don't know if she talked to Donna or Jean, one of the two, and was told that she needed to send in the deed to her property. And we thought when she came back to the board and we said, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because they've got the listing right there in City Hall. So I'm glad maybe there was a confusion, and we'll have her call again and request, because and then
just have her call again and ask for Donna. She'll straighten it out with them.
All right, thanks, Sharon. Because we want to make sure that when we send the information to our members, we send it absolutely correctly.
Certainly.
So they don't run into problems, because you don't want to be inundated with lots of phone calls from people who don't have the correct information. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, another member of ours said that he went to pick up a petition, or he called about getting a petition for somebody to run for mayor. and he was told that he couldn't do that. That only the person who was running for an office could pick up a petition. Well, I know from my own experience that that's not, it has never been accurate in the past, and I wanted to confirm that also, so we could include that information too.
That's correct, and I believe Donna and Jean worked that out with the individual who called. So they actually corresponded with him, and he understands now.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot.
Just one clarification about the documentation needed. I understand that people don't need their deed, but if the house is in a trust and they're trying to register, they do have to produce the front page of the trust document so that the city can verify it's the right type of trust, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that was the only question from the public. I'm assuming no more questions from the commissioners. And if so, we're just going to move on to the next item. The next item is discuss the draft ordinance to amend Chapter 92, Automobiles, Vehicles, and Traffic of the Municipal Code relating to 12-hour parking meter zones. If you all recall, we've had a couple of meetings that we discussed this item, and it was postponed, obviously, because of the meetings were postponed. This is just a amendment to the ordinance to make all of the meters in town 12-hour meters, whereas before we had 3-hour meters and 12-hour meters. And so this ordinance has the addresses, if you will, of all the meters around town, but it just goes to 12 hours from 3 hours. All the other meters left the same. And just to verify, nothing is being done at this point in time with the 30-minute meters. We're just gathering more data from the various meters around town, and also the technology that's would be needed for us to lessen the number of 30-minute meters around town. But so that this is the only item on the ordinance, the only item being changed this year for parking is all of the meters around town would be 12 hours. And with that, I'll turn it to Glenn, if you've got anything you want to say.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The only other thing I wanted to add is that it does one other thing to section 92-71, which is we have a provision right now that talks about every space being metered, and we've gotten challenged from time to time on parking tickets because we actually went to parking zones a few years back. And so there's one parking zone, there's one parking meter per zone now for several spaces. So that gets corrected in section 9271. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay. Any questions, comments from anybody on this this draft ordinance? And again, this is on our agenda for the special meeting for a vote in the meeting right after this. Any questions or comments?
Mayor, we use the term 12-hour, but I believe that it's technically 11 hours.
Sorry, Edward, you're fading in and out. Can you start again?
Right.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We referenced 12 hours, but it's actually 11 hours.
No, it is 10 to 10. That came up a couple times, and I probably did that myself in the conversation, but it is 12 hours. It's 10 to 10.
I thought it was 10 to 9.
Yeah, this past year it's been 10 to 9.
9.
10 to 9.
Changed it to 9.
No, it was always 10 to 10.
No.
No, it wasn't.
No, we changed it to 9. I thought.
So early on at one of the, I think that maybe the first budget meeting back in January, I think June misspoke, and that's where you got the 11 hours from, but it's always been the 12 hours.
Okay. Didn't know that.
Any other comments? If not, we do have a question from the public. Terry Langer.
believe he has dropped off.
He has dropped off the call, so, Dale Lomas on here?
No, don't.
Okay.
He never joined.
All right, so, with that, I guess that'll be moved to the meeting, this afternoon, for a vote. We're gonna move on to D, which is discuss the draft resolution authorizing the City of Rehoboth Beach to submit a drinking water matching plan grant for a well study. Evan Miller is gonna give us a little bit of a breakdown on this. And again, this is something also for, the next meeting for a vote, but Evan's gonna give us a little bit of a discussion on the situation.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. So what you have before you is a resolution, basically authorizing the city to submit a drinking water matching planning grant. You'll recall, I believe it was maybe a year and a half ago, we did the same process, back when we were submitting a grant application to do a water facility study. This particular grant requires a resolution in addition to letters to the surrounding jurisdictions, just notifying them that we are putting in a grant application. So this grant application would cover a wells study. So this is after we finish the water facility study, one of the major recommendations from that study and one of the highest priority recommendations was to further evaluate 3 of the city's existing wells, those being wells 6, 7, and 8, which are located on the west side of the city. Well 6 in particular, there's been some, I guess, customers who have called in about discolored water and foul odor, and after further investigation, it appeared to be just aesthetic by nature and not a health hazard. However, we want to investigate that a bit further. And then wells 7 and 8 are 2 of the city's largest producing wells, and they're really required to keep up with our water demands. So well 7 has just in general shown signs of wear and tear recently, and have required equipment and other maintenance. Both well 7 and 8 just in general are in need of updates and just further engineering and analysis. So due to the critical nature of these wells, we wanted to put in this grant application. This is through Delaware Health and Social Services. And the grant applications are accepted on a rolling basis. So we want to go ahead and get this grant application in now. And I will mention that we are going to request a longer time frame for this grant. That would allow us to, if we are accepted and awarded the grant, we could begin the study later in the year once we know a little bit more about revenue from this summer. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Evan. Any questions for Evan on this, resolution?
Mayor, just a
Dick?
quick question. Evan, thank you very much. It sounds like important work. So matching means that the city matches the 40,000, is that it?
Correct. So the total cost is estimated to be about $80,000. So we would match, we'd put up 40,000 and then we'd get 40,000.
So is that 40,000 currently in this year's budget?
Yeah, so that is you'll see it actually in the capital budget document. I believe right now we have it in the hold column.
Okay.
Because like I said, we're going to basically expand that time frame in order to spend the money, and then that would allow us to kind of, look at our revenue this summer and then determine whether to move forward or not.
Okay, very, very good. You answered my last question. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Dick. Any other questions for Evan? If not, there were no questions from the public on that. We're going to move right to E, which is discussion of the bid opening for wastewater treatment plant upgrade Phase 3A. Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. You have before you the bid results for Phase 3A. I just would like to remind everyone of what we decided last year was because of the issue we had with the emergency work we had to do with mixer number 2 and the sensitivity to being able to get through a season with that mixer, we decided to pull the other mixer work out of the overall phase 3 and broke it into 2. 3A, which is going to replace all the mixers, and then 3B is the remainder of the oxidation ditch and the dewatering piece, which used to be all in what we call phase 3. But in order to get the mixers back online in time and not have them out for 2 more seasons, we pulled it out, created a separate project for 3A. This is the manufacture of those 3 additional mixer assemblies that we will then get installed. This work is going to be paid for under the SRF loan at the completion of the overall, I guess, the expenditure for all of phase 3. We had one bidder, Philadelphia Mixer, which is kind of what we had expected. This is a very specialty type work, so we really didn't think we'd get a lot of offers. And their bid, as you can see, is fairly close to the engineer's estimate.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Any questions about this proposed bid? Again, I've got one question from the public. I'll open that up momentarily. Again, this is another thing for our agenda after the meeting. And we have a question from Jay Legree. Is he still on? Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Kevin, and I think I know the answer to this. What are the pay points on this bid? When do we have to start paying for 3A? I know it's coming out of the SRF, but when do we pay? When do we start paying?
So the terms of the SRF are such that you start paying back. You pay back when you close out that loan. So when we finish borrowing that whole amount is when we start paying back the principal. So 6 months after, Bert just reminded me. So we would, I think under the schedule that most recently published, I think we close out that loan in about 2.5, 3 years once we finish the remainder of 3B.
Okay. And how much is the installation going to cost? And is that money going to come? That money has to come out of this portion of it, and not out of the A money. That's or not out of the 2 money. Is that correct?
Not entirely. I think our intent is to do the installation under the phase 2 contractor. Under the phase 2 contract, which the county is paying for up front, because we will have a large general contractor on site that can do that installation very easily. We would save, the whole advertising a second time, the whole getting another contractor on site, plus avoid any conflict with having 2 general contractors on the same site doing some of the work.
Okay, so the sum total of 3A is what we see on this paper.
Correct.
I have a copy in front of me. Okay, great. I think it's great. I bet you'll love to get those oxidation ditches in the rearview mirror. And that's the only question I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Jay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
We'll move on to number F on new business, which is discuss the draft ordinance to amend Chapter 206 pools of the Municipal Code relating to the rental pool license period. We spoke about this, a few months ago. Dennis came in and spoke with us about that, and they've drawn up a ordinance amendment to it, and it's really just changing the dates. But I'll open it up to Dennis Jenny to give us his explanation. Dennis? Oh, there you are. Oh, sorry. Sorry, here he comes. Have a seat.
Good morning. It's just I've been getting a lot of property owners emailing and calling in when are they required to pay for their pool license. I think it was just overlooked when the discussion was had about changing the business license and rental licenses from first to the end of the year. So just pretty straightforward, common sense. It'll be a lot more efficient if we line it all up.
And again,
There's a typo.
Yeah, it should be January 1st instead of January 31st.
Right.
That's my mistake. We'll get that fixed.
Glenn has acknowledged that will be changed. And again, this is one of the items that is on the special meeting for a vote. And this document will be amended to say January 1st through December 31st of each calendar year. Any other questions for Dennis? Great. Thank you, Dennis. And you said Tom Evans is not on here. He had a question. We'll come back on that.
I believe.
And then the last.
I believe Mr.
sorry?
Swift also. I believe Mr. Swift also had a comment
On this item?
I believe so.
Not that we know of, but he's on the call.
He's on the call. You want to unmute him? Mr. Swift, did you have a question on this amendment to this ordinance?
It says I'm muted. Can you hear me?
You're joined twice. Well, you have your phone and then you also have another.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
You can show the computer's not on it.
You are unmuted.
Hey,
So my question was about
Well, it's still echoing.
and the, basically the permit. Basically, we're fine with the procedures and you need a permit. We have all the safety information posted. But I wanted to know, was the intent of all the commissioners to be charging owners twice? We have a pool hot tub that's one body of water, and we're basically being charged 2 times for the same structure. Basically, it's one pool, one hot tub. It all feeds off of the same equipment. It's not a freestanding hot tub. So was it the intent of the commissioners and the mayor to be charging twice for the same structure?
2 things. Unfortunately, this isn't part of the agenda or this amendment, but to answer your question, that is not the intention of the ordinance. And we will contact you and
Let me just get Dennis.
hold on 1 second. We're going to ask Dennis to come back.
I want to give the name's John Swift, 100 Sussex Street. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. If you can hold on there for 1 second, John. Sure. We're going to get Dennis Jenny back to speak to the issue.
Hey, Paul, while that we're waiting, the other thing I wanted to ask, well, I mean, maybe Jan Conacy mentioned it, but Sharon Lynn mentioned about the beach being closed Memorial Day. When will the city put information out on that? I'd never heard that. I've been following the governor every day to find out when he's going to make an announcement.
And we are waiting for that same announcement. As of right now, the beach is closed through and including May 15th or any future date determined. So you're absolutely right. Keep following the governor's announcement. It is May 15th at this point in time. However, what we've heard from the governor in calls, as well as what we've seen a little bit in the media, is the governor is pointing towards the opportunity that he may take to extend that May 15th date, not only for beaches, but also other restrictions. So we're hoping that he'll make that decision within the next week. We do have a call with the governor at least once a week. Our next call is tomorrow. And whenever we get any kind of declarations from the governor, we immediately put those up on the website. So I'd just keep an eye on the website, keep an eye on what's going on with the governor and his declarations as well. And we will get those out as soon as they happen. But again, it is May 15th. As of right now, the beaches are closed.
And Paul, he also has short-term rentals. So we have rentals that aren't in May, but in June. And it's hard to, intend and convey that to renters if he doesn't give enough notice, to just kind of last minute thing. So we have rentals that start in about a little over a month. So it'd be great if you could convey to him that people, it's not just us, but I mean people in general, but town has a lot of rentals and we're not the only one. And to convey that information clearly and to make plans, I hope he's going to be making this decision soon.
Well, I did that exact thing last week, John. On our call with the governor, that was the question that I asked. I asked if he was considering any kind of hard date difference from his May 15th, and he had not made that decision yet. But that was when he kind of gave us the impression that he was thinking about some kind of extension, but he had to work it out with his staff. But he does know that you have the same concerns, we have the same concerns, because September 15th is on the short-term rentals. September 15th is the stay-at-home order.
May 15th.
Excuse me, May. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
May.
I know what you mean.
May 15th is also on the quarantines. It's also on the beach. So, and I said the exact same thing, because his State of the Unions, he can put those out for up to 30 days, and he put that out for 30 days last month. And I don't know that he's going to put the next one out for 30 days, but I'm hoping that the question went to him hard last week, and maybe he'll have something as soon as this week.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we're back to your question.
Yes, Mr. Swift, this is Sharon Lynn, the city manager. So according to, we'll specifically look at your property and have either you get in touch with Dennis Jenny or Mr. Jenny will contact you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swift. Anybody else, any of the commissioners, before we go on to the next item?
I do have one question. Actually, I have to say I'm a little bit confused. And I think the general public is confused. So our beach and boardwalk is closed, but in general, the beaches are not closed to exercising and dog walking, but ours is, right? I mean,
ours is.
Okay. Because the reference was the governor hasn't opened the beaches yet, but in fact, they are open for dog exercising and walking, whatever, but ours is not. So that's just to make it clear.
Yes, that is his original declaration, was the beaches would be closed across the state with the exception of dog walking, exercising, and the governor gave the permission to the coastal towns to take it further if they suggested that they would like to. Most of the coastal towns did. I think Henlopen Acres allows dogs to walk and people to exercise, and I think Lewis does, as well as the state park, but the other beaches took it the same direction that we did and closed completely.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And the boardwalk's strictly up to the mayor, correct, on whether or not that remains open or closed? That's up to the municipality, correct, Paul?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, related to this agenda item, so it sounds to me in my interpretation that the intent is that there's just one pool license, whether it's a pool and a hot tub or just one or the other. Does that need to be clarified then in this code if it's been misinterpreted by city staff on how that?
No, because in the code, it says one, and maybe someone in the staff misinterpreted, it was going through it too fast, but we will take a look at it to make sure.
I
But
just wanted to make sure that if it was unclear in the code, we address it now since we're discussing it. But if you think that it is clear in the code and it's just an administrative, then that's fine. I just want to be clear before we move into the next meeting with a vote.
Well, again, this amendment has nothing to do with that. It only has to do with the dates. And so if it needs clarification, we'd have to have another amendment separately from this. But we will make sure that that's not needed at this time, or at least check to see if it is needed with Mr. Jennings.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. And then the next, we'll move into G, which is discuss draft ordinance to amend Chapter 22, Emergency Planning and Operations of the Municipal Code relating to violations of emergency orders being charged as criminal infractions or civil offenses. And again, this is another item that will be on our special meeting directly after this meeting for a vote. And I will open that up to Glenn or the police chief or the city manager.
So this amendment, or this ordinance largely grew out of a lot of the planning efforts that have been going on. And specifically, the police department took a look at what abilities they had to charge for violations of the emergency orders. And under the current status, the governor's order gives the authority to charge under Title 20. Under that charge, the penalty would be a fine of up to $500 and imprisonment of up to 6 months. So it's a criminal charge. The city code, Chapter 22, also provides for a criminal charge, which would be a fine of up to $500 and imprisonment of up to 60 days. And the officers, frankly, felt that there could be violations that charging criminally would seem excessive, and they were looking for some flexibility to charge as a civil offense. As you know, we've implemented now for the past several years some things that were criminal charges under our ordinance would change into civil offenses. So what this ordinance does is gives an officer some discretion to charge either criminally or civilly, depending on how excessive the violation of the order is. As you know, there's, I think, 13 or 14 orders now by the governor. We've got local orders, and they range in what's permissible and what's not permissible. And some things maybe aren't a huge infraction, and other things are a very big deal. So, so as you'll see in the ordinance at line 25, that's the current charging section. Any person violating the provisions of this chapter or an executive order issued pursuant thereto shall be guilty of an offense against Rehoboth Beach and shall be punishable by a fine not exceeding $500 and or imprisonment for a period not to exceed 60 days or both. So that's what's currently on the books, the criminal charge. Subsection B at line 30 is the new language that's being introduced today. And it says notwithstanding subsection A. So notwithstanding subsection A. Subsection A is still in play, and there is a criminal charge that's available to a charging officer. Notwithstanding subsection A of this section, any violation of provisions of this chapter or an executive order issued pursuant thereto, or a lawful emergency order or any other public agency of any other public agency or official shall be a civil offense pursuant to Chapter 126 of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach, and in the sole discretion of a Rehoboth Beach police officer, may be charged as a civil offense when charging under subsection A of this section would be excessive. Any person who violates this chapter or an executive order issued pursuant thereto, or a lawful emergency order of any other public agency or official who is charged under this subsection B shall pay a civil assessment of $100. So the other thing it does is it allows for almost like a traffic ticket to be paid, and if it's somebody who's visiting from 3 states away, if it's a criminal charge, and we get into them having to come back for a hearing. And so again, the idea here is a little bit of flexibility. And again, these sections, charging sections, are only available under a state of emergency. So this is not something that is a 12-year-round charging section. But to be clear, it codifies a degree of discretion. Now, officers have discretion in whether to make charges or not charges on a day-to-day basis, but this one does codify that discretion right within the emergency order section. So, questions?
Thank you, Glenn.
I think it would be helpful to understand from the chief's perspective, besides having the criminal, the ability to right now use the criminal, the criminal fine, I think exceeding 500. My understanding is there's also some administrative angles that they have to go through with the state in order to actually write that ticket and enforce it, whereas something civil they can do without that part of the process. I think it would be beneficial to hear that part of it from the chief.
Yes, and thank you. As the city solicitor just stated, this ordinance provides for discretion of Rehoboth Beach police officer to charge violations of emergency orders as either a criminal or civil offense. As mentioned, this is not a new concept, as the city code already allows police officers to write civil citations for minor infractions, which we are trained in to do so. Officers always had discretion, and that would not change even if this ordinance were amended. But why do we need or want the discretion to charge civilly under an emergency order? To start off with safety. Currently, when the officers charge criminally, they have to take a full set of fingerprints for out-of-state persons as well as in-state residents with a hard SBI number, thus exposing our officers to a higher health risk during this pandemic. Additionally, the violator may have to be transported to the station to complete the process. In other words, put them in a patrol car and take them back to the station. As mentioned, most of these cases are minor offenses that we're talking about. For example, currently the Boardwalk and Beach are closed due to the mayor's emergency order that is in effect. When we charge a violator for this, they will now have a criminal record for walking on the beach, essentially. And this will be the same while enforcing travel restrictions. A civil citation does not take away a person's right to due process. They still have the right to request a trial, or they can decide just to mail the fine in. Versus coming back to court. As the city solicitor mentioned, in cases of criminal offenses, a mandatory appearance in front of the court. So it doesn't matter if they're in Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, wherever, they're going to have to come back in person to deal with this case. So we're still, with this coming to type of ordinance, a civil citation, officers are less exposed. It's less intrusive to talk to the visitor. It's basically getting their information from a driver's license, put it on a paper, and they're handed a citation, and they can either take it to court or they can just mail in the fine. So that's what we're trying to do, is try to simplify it, make it safer during these things. And again, I know over the years, we're doing this because of safety reasons. But I know another mission of the mayor and commissioners is to be friendlier and not have to bring people back to the station, as well as meeting the guidelines. And again, as I stated earlier today, we work with the Attorney General's office to make sure we're in line with them, which we are.
Thank you, Chief. Does that answer your questions, Edward?
Yeah, I think that it would, a little bit more background from the chief, I think is helpful for us. And since I'm talking, I'll just give my opinions. I think it's great. I'm in favor of this amendment. What I think we should consider is a civil, and even on section A, I'm not sure that a fine exceeding $500 is enough. And I certainly don't think that a civil assessment not to exceed $100 is enough. At some point, we're going to have to open up the beach and the boardwalk, and folks that are repeatedly violating the orders that the state and the mayor and city have put in, I think needs to be more substantial than $100, and give us the ability to have an escalating fee schedule for repeat offenders. So I'm in favor of this. I just think that we should consider having a higher amount. I don't want us to become a police state, but we also have to, if we want people to take a serious seriously, and and we want things to open up for people, but we need people to adhere to the guidelines that are set. So if we don't have some meat, then I'm not sure that we're doing good when we open things back up and rely on people to adhere to guidelines. Those are my comments.
City Solicitor, I recall an issue when we had a situation like this for civil fines, and we were like wanting to increase them with repeat offenses, and for some reason we couldn't. Do you recall this?
Yeah, yes, I do, Commissioner. So generally, the civil assessments are supposed to be more of an administrative type task. So the fee is supposed to kind of cover your cost of implementing it. So if it's an escalating fine, it seems more like a penalty than a civil assessment. So penalties are typically associated with crimes, and with a crime, a criminal offense under subsection A, you could, I think, increase it with repeat offenses. It's an emergency type provision, and there may be something we could do with the civil offense, but I generally have been of the view that you can increase criminal offenses or criminal penalties because it's a crime and you are penalizing somebody. A civil offense is more of you did something, didn't rise to the level of a crime. Here is the fine for doing it. On subsection A, the $500 limit for the criminal charge, our charter, unfortunately, will not allow a fine of more than $500. We've talked from time to time about going to the legislature and asking for that to be raised, but $500 is the most that we can charge for a municipal offense.
Is there a way, I actually think, come on guys, let's not fool ourselves about the ability and about the enforcement right now of these orders. Walk downtown on a nice day, and the fact of the matter is people are still on the boardwalk, still on the beaches, still not wearing masks in groups. I mean, it's not happening. So is there a way under this emergency, and by the way, Chief, has nothing to do with you. You have a small handful of staff of police officers who are doing the best they can, but they certainly cannot enforce this whole entire order across this whole entire town. So my question to you, Glenn, probably is, what do we need to do to make make it a $1,000 fine the first time you do it, and publicize that? That will get people's attention. If that's on the boards, if that's on the signs, if that's on our convention center, board, and we start to give out a couple fines, that's of that level. That's really, I think, gonna get people's attention, and help the police force with enforcement. So what can we do to raise that at this point, given it's an emergency?
So, I'm not trained in law enforcement, and the chief might have some other thoughts on this, but if it's more about, sending a message to the visiting public or the residents, keep in mind that along with these criminal charges come the possibility of, under the state code, 6 months of jail time, and under the city code, 60 days of jail time. I'm not sure when or if a judge would ever actually lock somebody up for these, but that's certainly a message that you could send that would probably resonate more than a monetary fine. And Chief, right? I guess.
No, I agree with City Solicitor. Quite honestly, as the fines get up higher, we kind of lose support with the judiciary. What I've seen usually, they usually start out at a lower level and then work their way up for repeated offenses. And then after repeated offenses before they get into jail time or whatever. But usually they, even though they have guidelines they can follow, they'll not start off with the max. The max is the criminal charge right now currently says can go up $500. As far as I know, is most cases, most criminal offenses start out $50 fines plus court costs and things. civil citation for us, we're putting it in at $100, and that's because, it adds court costs in with it, sort of.
Why not start with 500? I mean, would you want us to do that if that's something we could put into place as part of this suggested ordinance? And I don't even know if everybody, I'm just looking at different options to make this.
I would probably say no. That's just my personal opinion. Again, we're out there when civil citations, usually more minor crimes, and let's not forget the part of it is educating the public too at the same time. I mean, yes, we've all got social media. They all see it, they know it. But this way, yes, it hits them $100, hits people in their back pocket, but lets them know that we're serious about it. But at the same time, it's an opportunity for us to educate versus trying to really say, like a punishment. As Glenn said, there is a difference between a civil citation and a criminal charge, where you get into the punitive and the punishment phase. And I don't think we're there when we're given a civil citation.
Okay. And by the way, I'm just bringing up some comments from folks. I'm not sure where I am on this in terms of the level of fines and the right approach. I'm bringing up some comments that I've gotten from our constituents over the past week or two. So I appreciate any and all input as to what makes sense and what doesn't. I just want to make that clear. So thank you, Chief.
Chief, does your police system, are you able to see that someone has already received two civil violations for not adhering to the self-quarantine or social distancing, something like that, where that the third time there's a red flag that says, maybe we need to go to a criminal, we'll issue a criminal citation now?
We can, not necessarily give them a warning, but if we did give them a citation, yes, we can sit there and find out if they've already received one or two or three, is the case. And yes, with that comes discretion. We look at that ad if they continue to not get the message across. And we do that now, for example, discount, different things we charge with civilly with someone during the summer months or all year round, but typically in the summer months. But if something goes more serious or whatever, we'll do with disorderly conduct or criminal charge. So we've always kind of done a balancing act and look what the crime is, what was the circumstances, and try to do the lesser of the two. But absolutely, if they're not following what we've asked them, we will check. And if they've been cited once before, we can move up to the criminal charge. And quite honestly, when I talk about education, when we discuss the civil citation we hand out, we educate the public by saying this is in lieu of a criminal charge. You could be getting a criminal citation where you're going to have to come back to court for. So hopefully we're getting the message out they won't be a second or third time offender. And we're showing, we are doing the minimal at this point, but yet we're making sure you understand the seriousness of it.
City Solicitor, in other parts of the code for civil violations, do we have a max of 500 in other areas of the code for civil violations?
I don't think, Commissioner, there's any civil violation in the code that carries a $500 assessment. I think they're all, the default, I believe, in Chapter 26 is $25 or $50. $50?
They go to 100. They go.
That's right.
25, 50, and 100.
That's right. So I don't think there's any place in the code that goes to 500 for civil.
Again, I'm in favor of the change. I just think that we should be able to have a larger penalty for civil violations. But that's just my personal opinion.
Well, and I think that's something to think about as we're going through this and considering this vote, is that if based on kind of the inclusive recovery plan we're going to come up with, if we do something like, for example, and I'm not saying we're doing this, I'm just saying it's brought up, open the boardwalk for now, or open the beach for exercise, but with a contingency that folks have to wear masks or have to be a resident or whatever the case may be. It seems that if we had a little more stringent fine or such, that may help to enforce that down the road. So it's just a thought, you know, on do we do this now or do we think about this a little bit more? I don't know, Chief, is this something you think has to be in place like right now and voted on today? Or can it wait a week while we get more feedback on some other aspects of the longer term plan?
I would like to see it go in effect sooner rather than later. The reason, and again, is we're already starting to see some crowds pick up, and again, it's more about education and stuff, and social distancing. It's more of a safety thing. Again, that's where I wanted to start off at is safety towards the officers. Not having to do full fingerprints and bring people back to the station to complete the process. And I think it should be something to talk to about it secondary as far as fines, and can look at that throughout the board, because again, when you start talking about civil citations and the amount of fines, then we want to look at it across the board. What are our civil citations, and should any of those others go up? I think it's a bigger discussion that would need to go out and be processed, and I'm afraid that it would be a month before or longer before it came to the ballot, and by then our summer season is going to start up, and people are going to be down here. Hopefully they're complying, but the reality is a lot of times people don't utilize common sense, and we want to have this in our toolbox.
So as I understand this, you want to make sure that you can actually give someone a citation. Without this, you can't cite anyone unless you do it at a criminal citation. Isn't that correct?
Correct. That is correct.
That's
Thank
just so you
Pat.
understand that. Yeah.
Thank you, Pat. Very helpful.
So let me just say, I'm also in favor of this ordinance to amend for all the reasons that we've said. I think in the unique environment that our police are working in right now, they need this flexibility, they need the discretion to be able to do this. But I also think that there's a clear message to our police that's emerging from the commissioners, and that is, and it's because we're hearing this from so many of our neighbors and residents, that people are concerned about making sure that the current governor's directives, the municipal directives in a state of emergency, are being enforced. And we expect them to be enforced, and we want them to be enforced. So there's a strong message there, Chief. And thanks for all you're all doing.
I appreciate, Chief, you know, wanting to get this done today, and I agree it should. My last question for the city solicitor: can we have a higher amount, say not to exceed 250 or 500, and then have an administrative fee schedule that the police use?
In addition?
No,
I
to
mean,
say that the fee will not exceed 250 or 500, but then there's a fee schedule that administratively the police use. You know, maybe it's $100 for not wearing a mask that ordered. Maybe it's $200 for not self-quarantining type thing.
All I can say, Commissioners, is through the years working with the officers, generally it makes their job a lot easier to be able to look at the code section and here's the fine rather than flipping through, you know, schedules and trying to find. And oftentimes in the heat of a moment when making a charge like that, they need to have some clarity and be able to move quickly. So I think what the chief is saying is, hey, look, the best way we can educate people about doing the right thing is give them a civil offense that is not an excessive amount of payment, but enough that wakes somebody up, and then remind them the next one could be a criminal charge. Mm-hmm. So I think they're saying, you know, and the $100 was a number that came from the police department. That's what they think. That's where they think the right assessment is, to be able to allow them to do their job in a way that's effective and in a way that educates people. So I guess my suggestion would be, I would appreciate it if you all could perhaps defer to them on this one. If they recognize that it's not getting the job done, I think they'll come to you and say, will you please raise the civil assessment to some higher number? But this is based upon, you know, their years of experience and what they think works, and that's the number they came up with.
No, that's completely fair, but I do think that we have a population that come from different areas of the East Coast that I think $100, they're willing to take $100 fine to do what they want to do. And I want to be mindful of that, but completely appreciate what the chief has said. I'm fine moving forward as the chief has suggested. But just to be clear, if we find that it's not working and we do need to implement a higher amount, this is not a 30-day notice, right? This is a 7-day notice for to make a change.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with what the chief has suggested. I just think that we need to keep a close eye on it to make sure it's working and change it if it's not.
And if I may just jump in really fast, is that I will go back and look at all our civil citations or whatever, and again, talk with the staff, review it, and work with the city manager and the city solicitor and see if what we do think is reasonable, if we should bring it back forward in the future.
Just hearing some of the amounts, I'm not even sure that $100 actually covers the administrative expense behind it, and 25 and 50 certainly doesn't in some cases. So when things simmer down a bit for us, I think we should review the whole civil violation fees.
Yes, sir.
But that's another day.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll just move forward. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Glenn. The next item is citizen comment, and I'm going to open it up to the citizens that we have on here. I'm going to go first to Stan Mills.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you for this opportunity. I've got two notes I'd like to share with everyone. One is that I've always lamented the removal of the prayer at the beginning of the commissioners' meetings that offered time for personal reflection and the opportunity to note the passing of a neighbor that had a positive impact on our community. For me, one such person, it was Midge Reed. You may have known her. She lived in Rehoboth Beach for 65 years, moved here in 1955. No doubt that's reflective of her love for Rehoboth, as well as her having served on the Board of Adjustment and otherwise attend meetings for many decades, and sharing and voicing her perspective on concerns and her passions on local matters. I just wanted to make note of her passing. On a happier note, I wanted to thank you all for being mindful of providing opportunities for the public to talk during the virtual meetings. This certainly has evolved good ways from your first virtual meeting, and I'm sure it will continue to further evolve and make it even easier for us to participate. I do think it highlights the need and desire for providing support documents in advance of the meetings. This worked pretty well. It also proves, I'm going to tell others, it proves fun to watch. You can judge the commissioners and others on how much they fidget or how static they are, who covers the camera with documents, and who has the biggest coffee cup. But really, to end on a serious note, I think this is well thought out, well run, and I want to congratulate the IT department and moderator and all those that were involved. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Stan, and thank you for letting us all know on Midge. I had seen that in the paper last week. I did not know she had passed away, but thank you very much for your comments on that. Jay Legree, you still with us?
I think you can all hear me. I'm Jay Legree.
Yep.
I live on Prospect Street. I want to echo Stan's comments about Midge. She was just a great lady, and she'll be missed, but she was a character, and we all loved her. On a little bit more serious note, I had prepared a little talk about how we're going to recover out of this economic depth hole that we're in. But when I read this Friday's paper, the Cape Gazette, the editorial on page 6 by Dennis and Laura, it starts out, take a hard look at COVID response in Sussex. And they just said everything that I want to say. I'm not going to spend time talking about the screw up that we made, not we here, but we up above, recognizing and responding to the outbreak that happened in central Delaware and those minority communities, and how we just totally dropped the ball. But anyway, the results were a tremendous spike in positive cases. And as I'm saying what I'm saying right now, they're still testing over there. And I have no reason to think that the numbers are going to drop anytime soon. And the worst thing to remember is that for every one we find, every one positive test, there are probably 7 or 8 that are asymptomatic that never come to the surface to be tested. And we haven't even started doing antibody tests, so we don't know how many of them are carrying antibodies. But anyway, the governor said we need 28 days before we start to reopen, and that includes 28 days of declining and holding. That puts us into June. Just as I sit here in this meeting, we're looking at June, well into June, and that's a lot of money down the drain. I think we said that we collected a couple $1 million last year in April, May, and June on our parking. The city manager probably correct me on that, but we really are in an economic cesshole, and we got to think about getting out of it. But as long as the Georgetown, Ellendale numbers keep spiking, we aren't going to be able to start our 28-day holding period. And I don't know when we're going to be able to start that. I hope that you folks have a good handle with the governor. I hope that Ernie and Pete and Rich can help you out, because we're going to need some help. And the 19971 zip is the 5th lowest rate of coronavirus infection in Delaware. So to paint us with the same paintbrush that you paint Georgetown and to paint us with the same paintbrush that they paint Georgetown and Ellendale and skew all the numbers up is not fair, and it's not right. And I hope the governor will take a look and give us some help, because if we can have his blessing, we can provide liability to all the businesses. Without his blessing, there's no way they can open or do anything, and there's no way we can give them guidance. So we need to be creative. We need to go to the business people and ask them how to be creative. We need to tell them the parameters, and then we need to start thinking about getting out of this hole. And we need to get the governor on our side and let us get open before the numbers come down to where he's happy. I don't know how that's going to happen, but if we go through June, our summer is really damaged. And so let's think about all that. And that's about all I have to say. I sat in my living room yesterday, and I bet you there were 300 people walked by my house. Most of them were young. They were families. They were out enjoying the day, and none of them had masks. And they were kind of keeping social distance. But the state might release itself if this goes on too long, because the people are really, several hundred of them marched yesterday in Georgetown telling us to free the state. I don't know what's going to happen, but we need to really get to working on this, and we need to give guidance to our businesses. Thanks for listening, everybody. And I appreciate you giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you, Jay. And just a couple things on the side of the governor. You're absolutely right. He's got a 28-day number, and that's 14 days of cases going down, not flat, but down. And then also 14 days of hospitalizations going down, again, not flat. And as you mentioned, over in the 113 corridor where the chicken plants are, there are some substantial problems. And, you know, over the last 5 or 7 days, we've had a lot of spikes up and some down. And I think that's going to continue because I think the testing there is going to go on for probably another 10 days or so. And they've ramped up the testing a lot. So the more testing you do, obviously the more positive cases you're going to have. And I think that scares the governor a lot. And that's what's keeping him from establishing anything, any kind of changes, and kind of moving him towards more negative changes than positive changes. And one of the things we have to consider, being over here, that there's an awful lot of people in the communities over there that don't necessarily work in the chicken plants, but are related to the people that work in the chicken plants. And a lot of those people on the 113 corridor work in the hotels, work in the restaurants around here. And that's something we have to be careful with as we're looking forward to openings as well. And the same thing you just said, 300 people walk by your house without masks. There are going to be more and more people coming down here, some visitors, but definitely the out-of-town second homeowners. And I would anticipate there's probably going to be more and more with the warm weather that's going to be very difficult to control from an enforcement perspective if we start opening too quickly. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on our police force, our lifeguards to handle that. So again, the Route 113 corridor has thrown us all off. And, you know, I've looked at the numbers the last few days, and the rates in the state that when they do spike, it's because of the spikes in Sussex County. Newcastle County is pretty much so under control from a hospitalization rate as well as new cases. But again, most of the testing now is being done in Sussex County, not as much testing in Newcastle. Sorry for that little dissertation. And then there's one more, I believe John Swift is still on the phone. If you had some citizen comments, John.
Make was about the budgeting and how, like, so the biggest thing,
I'm sorry, you just slipped in and out, John. Could you repeat?
Yeah, the thing came on and said I was muted, then unmuted, so that's why I think that was the issue. So my comment was about the budget and the mayor and commissioner is looking at, so say the governor or Carney says until the 28 days are met, say that went into July, that would mean only August. We may lose 50% of the parking revenue and rental tax income from rental properties and other businesses that have the mayor and commissioner started to form basically a contingency plan for going forward on how to deal with the budget.
Well, you know, I think you probably didn't get the papers, but they were going to be available. The city manager put out a number of different pages of things about the budget. They put together some financial details about how the impact looks, and that's what the city manager was speaking of before, as far as cutting back or putting on hold a number of different capital projects, as well as certain expenses, maybe not hiring as many people, but also she has numbers about expected revenues in two different cases. One case was that revenues would go down approximately 4 million out of our budget of 16.5, 17 million. And the second was the revenues would go down as much as 6 million. If you look at our parking revenues, our rental tax revenues and our accommodations tax revenues, the budget is somewhere in the neighborhood of $9 million, and that's being taken in consideration in Phase A or Phase B. Again, these are numbers that will be available on the website after the meeting, but a number of those things are being taken into consideration, and you're absolutely correct. If we open up our parking revenues Memorial Day weekend as planned, that Memorial Day weekend through probably July 1st is going to be a lot different than it was this past year. But conceivably, if things start to ramp up in a positive nature from the governor, starting early June, mid-June, maybe we can recover a bunch of that money through July, August, and September. But a lot of those things are taken into consideration from a budget perspective by the city manager and the financial staff. And as she said, we'll be watching that on a daily basis as well as a weekly basis as we move through the summer.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, then the last item on the agenda. First, let me go into future meeting dates, and then I'll switch to comments. Again, we're going to have these meetings going forward. I would expect a meeting like this, May 15th, which is our regular meeting, June 8th, which is our next budget meeting, and June 19th. I don't anticipate any of those three dates us getting back into the commissioner's room next to each other, sorry to say. But that's where we are at this point in time. And then I'll open it up to commissioner comments, please.
I just want to reiterate, Mayor, thanks for your leadership up till now, but I do just want to reiterate that I hope that the commissioners, the public, and the businesses and other stakeholders have a chance to weigh in on any major decisions about the reopening process from this point forward, as we discussed, and making sure that whatever groups we set up include, all the commissioners, not a selected handpicked group. And for everybody else, one of our residents, Jeff Cochran, sent this amazing, thought-provoking plan forward. I'd encourage everybody to read that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else, commissioners?
Yes.
Paul, on
Dick, go ahead, Dick.
yeah, on kind of a happy spring note, just a brief update on Rehoboth in Bloom. Additional money has been raised for many months and is continuing to be raised. The volunteer force has been expanded. Planters and plants have been ordered. The number of planters are being expanded on each of the three business streets by about 4 or 5 this year over last year. And a plan has been submitted to the city manager on how the group of volunteers can go about getting things planted. So we're waiting to hear again from the governor and then from the city manager, and our volunteers are ready to go. The plants have been ordered. They're sitting at Peppers right now as we speak, and hopefully being taken care of so they're alive and well when we're able to plant.
Great.
I have a couple of things. First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on how well the city has been proceeding during these last couple of months and within the executive orders that have been issued by the governor. I've had a number of people thank me for the code red, even though I didn't have anything to do with them, but people have commented specifically that the city has just done a fine job on working within the state's parameters and with communicating that out to people. So my thanks go to, I know how hard the staff and the police is working. So I just want to, thank them for all of that. It's really quite a challenging time. And going forward, I think the city is still progressing, as we've seen, with plans to move forward, and I think they should continue to do so. Again, working with the governor, with the Association of Coastal Towns, input with the police department, with the businesses, and with the residents. But I'm a little perplexed about what our formal role would be, or especially setting up, these sort of subgroups. I feel like the job of all of us is to gather input and propose solutions, and that all of those should be communicated to the mayor and city manager. I don't want, first of all, I think that our formal role is both legislative as well as budgetary. We've obviously talked about a number of budget concerns today, rightly so. We should continue talking about them. We've talked about some legislative issues today, such as the ordinance for the civil violations, and that's perfectly appropriate, and that would change during the environment we're in. But if it's not, some of the administrative details, I don't want to see us slow the process or mess things up, and I certainly don't want to see some voices being heard and not others. So people are talking to me all the time. Yesterday was like a record, I think. And I want to be able to, for all of those voices to be heard by going through the established administrative channels that we have. And also that I do firmly believe we should be establishing timetables for these phases of recovery, again, done in concert, not only with the governor, but with our legal counsel and with the medical advice. That we don't have our own public health officers, so we go to the state there as well. They've been giving some excellent advice. I listened to all of the press conferences, and we should take all those things into consideration when coming up with our own set of plans. And beyond, and once those plans are in place, then I think maybe that would be a time for a town hall, because, to give very direct and clear communication to all of the city residents and businesses at that point. So, and I look forward to being involved in the business calls this afternoon.
Sorry. Hey, Susan, I'm sorry to interrupt. We were cut off about, early on into your speech.
Dear.
I apologize for that, but for some reason, we just got cut off here. That's why I was kind of waving my hands.
Oh, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
So who heard me? Did
I got.
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah, we heard with Susan.
I heard you.
If you might want to summarize the first half of what you said, we heard the second half.
Well, when did you start? What did you start hearing?
You may want to just do it all because, I apologize.
Well, I mean, the first thing I said was I wanted to, praise the staff and the city that had been working so carefully over the last couple of months. And I had said that people have specifically commented to me about how good the code red alerts are, and everybody, I think, feels very well informed. And I mentioned that I thought as we went forward that the city should continue, progressing and doing so in concert, not only with the governor and with the other coastal towns, but with our police department, with the businesses and with the residents, sort of as like this plan came up for the barriers we were talking about. And then I said that I was perplexed a little bit by by our role in terms of getting a separate group together to make these recommendations, because I think of our role as being both legislative as well as budgetary. And while we today talked about a number of budget issues and should continue doing so, and some of the legislative changes that have come up today also, like with the civil offenses, we should continue to do that. But that a lot of the processes going forward and the solutions are going to be administrative in nature. And I didn't want to see us muck up the process, slow it down, or have the creation of a subcommittee or a group of people formed that includes some and not others. And so I view us as being, that part of our job is collecting and gathering input from everyone. And I had said that I've been doing that, and that yesterday was sort of a record day for people to send me emails and phone calls, and that I want to keep collecting that information, but I see it providing it to the city manager and the mayor, and then, them collecting it and our role in maybe reaching a consensus about the timetables for the various phases that we, when we re-enter, when we reopen. And for those phases, I think that too has to be done in concert, not only with the governor, but potentially with the legal counsel, as well as with public health experts. And I think that once all that is done, I'd like to see a town hall, a citywide town hall, to provide clear communication to the residents and businesses.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that 1.5 times. Yeah. We were probably got it about halfway through. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Just short, I mean, yeah. Just underline what Susan says, we need a time, I'm not gonna, just briefly, we need a timetable, we need a way to give input so all of us can participate. So I'm looking to you, city solicitor, to figure out a way we can do that, because it's really important.
Yes, I agree. And after we get through with this next meeting and we have these votes, I'll sit down with them, try to figure out something and try to get something out to everybody as soon as possible so that we can start the process and hopefully have something, some wheels and gears moving before our next meeting, the 15th.
Very good.
Any other comments?
I've just got a couple of things here, Mayor. We talked a little bit, the city manager talked a little bit about the ability for payment plans and deferment for payments due to the city. I think mostly water and wastewater, particularly the business community right now, that are being hit pretty hard. So I'd like those options to be notified to our residents and businesses that option's available out on the website and social media. I think would be great. It's a sensitive topic, so I know people don't want to just say, hey, is this an option? I think if we let people know it's an option, that's better. The governor, Mayor, you mentioned being on the governor meetings and related to the rental season. I think we all appreciate and hope that you are speaking in those meetings on the perspective of our entire community. But I think if there's other ways that some of the residents that have expressed interest or concerns, if there's a way for them to email to the governor's office directly, if we could publicly put that out there as well, I think that would be helpful for people. Related to just the recovery from the recovery plan, I mean, I know myself as, a member of the Main Street Board and the city liaison. I mean, I've been having virtual meetings with businesses and them for months now, and have invited others to participate as well. And I'm continually listening to people calling me and on the street. But if we don't have a mechanism for me to relay the information and the concerns that people are sharing with us, then it's not really going anywhere. So when I talk about a more inclusive collaboration, it's so that we can share the voices that we're hearing from our constituents. And we, all of us were elected by all of the citizens of this of the city. So that's a lot of people to represent and share their voices. And I just want to be sure that we're doing that. And the one last thing I would ask is, as we go into the next meeting, city manager, I do think that there's a confusion on the parking timing of this past year. I think a lot of us thought it was 9 o'clock, but it says 10 o'clock in certain spaces. But then when I looked what was approved, it looks like it was 9 o'clock. So I think if we can just get clarification before the next meeting on that, the parking meter times, that would be helpful.
Right, I think we can clarify it right now, right?
12 hours.
It's 12 hours. It's 10 to 10. And we will look into any place that says 9 o'clock, but it was 10 to 10. I know that, the parking committee at one point in time suggested 9 to 9. But I believe last year when we, looked at the parking committee's, recommendations, we went from, the 12-hour meters being 10 to 10, not 10 to 9.
Okay.
But we will clarify that, definitely. Any other, comments? If not, it's 12:50 right now. This meeting is over. However, we don't want you to hang up. If, you can come back in 10 minutes,
That'd be good, yeah.
and we can, at exactly 1 o'clock, and
Perfect,
we'll start the other meeting.
okay.
Everybody got that? That's
Yes.
okay? All right.
Public
Thank
members,
you.
please stay on the line.
Yeah, the public, please stay on the line again, for 10 minutes. Thank you all. I'm gonna put this on.
All right, but I have limited time, so what's up? Because it says shall, but it's saying unless they utilize section A, right? Notwithstanding section A of this section, any violation, so notwithstanding, that doesn't mean
We'll get started as soon as everybody comes back in a minute or two. Okay, we are back here at City Hall. I see Dick is on, Stephen is on, Susan, and we'll wait for the others. Glenn is here, obviously. There's Lisa. And Edward's here. And so we'll wait for Pat, and who's that over there? Is that Steve? That must be somebody. Oh, that's Sharon. All right. So as soon as Edward and Pat sit down, we will get the meeting started.
Okay.
And again, thank you all for getting back so quickly. Hold on.
Have we lost Steve altogether?
He was on just a minute ago.
His
He was
name is
just a
on,
minute
but
ago.
the video seems to be off.
Do you have Stephen Sheffer on there?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is. Welcome back, Stephen.
Yeah, this has been now it's frozen again. I just am so frustrated.
Well, as long as we can hear you.
You all look great. You all look great. I get bounced out. I've rebooted the modem for my internet. I'm just a failure today.
Technology fails you. That's not you. It's technology, right?
There you go.
Okay, hold on one second. Stephen, Max has a question.
If you continue to have problems, you know, I understand it's less than ideal, but can you just dial in using the telephone? At least you'll be able to hear it and
Yeah, no, I can hear you all just fine.
okay.
All right, so we will continue. We are moving right into our second meeting, and I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'm going to take another roll call, and I'll take a roll call based on the camera. Dick Byrne.
Here.
Are you here? Commissioner Gay.
Here.
Commissioner Coluzzi.
Here.
Commissioner Shrznowski.
Here.
Commissioner Schlosser.
Present.
And Commissioner Schiffer.
Here.
Oh, great. Okay, and I am here, obviously, in the same group of people still here in City Hall. Obviously, the purpose of this special meeting is to consideration and votes on a variety of different items. We're going to start right off with A, which is consideration and possible vote on results received from auditing firms responding to City of Rehoboth Beach's request for proposals to audit the city's financial statements for a 3-year period and resulting recommendations from the audit committee. If you all remember, we mentioned this at the last, I think, 2 meetings, and so it was discussed, and there was a consensus to move forward to a vote on this based upon the recommendation of the audit committee, and I will turn this over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, you hopefully recall this. There were 7 responses to our request, and the lowest being, excuse me, Barbicane Thornton and Company. Barbicane has been assisting the city for over 12 years now, I think, in being our independent auditor. They've been very effective. They helped us through, actually, in leading some of this Munis financial software issues that we've had. I know Finance Director, Mr. Dukes, has a great relationship with them. So they did come in under everyone else, and we have the greatest confidence in Barbicane Thornton and wish to pursue this for another 3-year time period.
Thank you, Sharon. With that in mind, are there any questions before I call for a motion and a second?
City Manager, I think I asked you at the last meeting, could you just clarify, they came in the lowest in the bid, but it also was flat from the past few years. There was no increase in the next 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. $37,500 each year.
If there's no other comments, I'd move to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation of the Audit Committee to choose Thornton Barbicane as our auditor. Are there any further questions? If not, Commissioner Szymanski.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer.
Aye.
Commissioner Coluzzi.
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrne.
Aye.
Commissioner Gay.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and the motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move right into B, which is consideration and the vote on the ordinance to amend Chapter 92, Automobiles, Vehicles, and Traffic of the Municipal Code relating to the 12-hour parking meter zones. Again, this is what we spoke about at the meeting previous to this meeting. Are there any other further questions or comments for the solicitor? If not, we can take a motion.
I move approval of this.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Oh, that was Stephen. Okay, thanks, Steve. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the draft ordinance, Chapter 92 for the 12-hour parking. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I've got a question for the city solicitor. Can you confirm that this changes the locations and the times of the ordinance, but this does not at all limit when the meters start and when they end? That can be administratively changed, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It does nothing with start and ending times other than switching everything to 12 hours.
Okay, so if we choose to not start the meters until a later time, that's not included. That's allowed, and it's not within this ordinance.
That's right.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. That's all my questions or comments.
Anything else? If not, Commissioner Sheffer.
Aye.
Commissioner Coluzzi.
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser.
I'm abstaining because, for the reason that I believe we should be having a broader discussion about parking and parking times before approving anything right now. So I'm abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Gay.
Aye.
Commissioner Szymanski.
While I agree with Commissioner Schlosser's comments about having an overall broad discussion about parking, I am in agreement with moving it from 3 hours to 12 hours, so my vote's for aye.
And the chair votes aye, the motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to move into...
Mr. Mayor, I didn't vote yet.
I apologize. I apologize. Thank you, Dick. You vote aye?
Yes.
I wrote it in the wrong one. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, it slipped. Okay, we're going to move into C, which is the vote to adopt a resolution authorizing the City of Rehoboth Beach to submit drinking water matching planning grant for a well study. Again, this is what Evan went over at our previous meeting. If there are any questions, please let me know. If not, we can take a motion in a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the draft resolution, RE, the drinking water matching grant. Are there any other questions? If not, I'll take the motion around. Commissioner Cluzzi?
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser?
Aye.
Commissioner Byrne?
Aye.
Commissioner Gay?
Aye.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you. The next is to award the contract for wastewater. And the wastewater upgrades, CIP Phase 3. Any further questions?
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the upgrade Phase 3. Before I take the vote, there is one person on the line to have a question on this. That would be Jay Legree, and I don't see Jay Legree on there. Jay Legree had a question, but he's no longer there. I'll start going down. Commissioner Schlosser?
Aye.
Commissioner Byrne?
Aye.
Commissioner Gay?
Aye.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Cluzzi?
Aye.
Aye, and the chair votes aye, motion carries. Next would be E, which is consider or vote on to adopt the ordinance to amend Chapter 206, pools of the Municipal Code relating to the rental pool license period. If there are no further questions, we can get a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to confirm with the city solicitor that there's a typo. It would begin January 1st, not January 31st.
That's right. So the motion will be to adopt the ordinance with that one amendment.
I move to approve the amendment to the ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the amendment to the draft, to the rental pool license with the amendment of January 1st versus January 31st. Any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Byrne?
Aye.
Oh, let me hold off. There is a question. Let me put on Tom Evans has a question on this, or comment. Tom Evans, are you there?
Yeah, I am. I was, I entered early for the front end of the meeting in the morning because then you couldn't get in, but I don't have one on this. I have one on previous stuff. I'll just do it in the citizens comment before.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you, Tom. Commissioner Byrne?
Aye.
Commissioner Gay?
Aye.
Commissioner Szymanski?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer?
Aye.
Commissioner Cluzzi?
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and the motion carries. Next item is vote to adopt the resolution recommending the reappointment of Renee L. Bennett to a new 2-year term as Alderman of the City of Rehoboth Beach. And before we have any discussion, let me pass it to the city manager.
Yes, this is just, won't call it routine, but kind of now been mandatory that we reappoint Judge Bennett. She's willing to do that. She served the city very well for many years now, and this is just your resolution reappointing Judge Bennett.
And just, if I could just add, this will be forwarded then, assuming assuming you pass this, it'll then be forwarded to the General Assembly for its ultimate adoption and final appointment by the governor.
Any questions from the commissioners?
I move for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the adoption of a new 2-year term as alderman for Renee L. Bennett. Any further discussion?
Just a question for the city manager. There's no change in compensation or salary, is that correct?
Just annually that Judge Bennett receives based on her service.
Okay, and that
So
was
there is an annual increase in compensation
okay.
based on what the rest of the city employees receive.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gay,
Aye.
Commissioner Szymanski,
Aye.
Commissioner Schiffer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaluzzi,
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrne,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, motion carries. We have one more. The last is the vote to adopt the ordinance to amend Chapter 22, which is the emergency planning and operations of the Municipal Code relating to violations of emergency orders being charged as criminal infractions or civil offenses. Again, this is what we discussed at the previous meeting, and the chief gave a nice dissertation on this, as well as portions from Glenn. Are there any further questions?
I do for the city manager or city solicitor. Glenn, the fact that shall be is used in both A and B, it's a little contradictory in that it shall be guilty of a criminal offense or shall be a civil offense. Although in B, it does say notwithstanding Section A, but I'm not sure if the way it reads, it could be challenged.
This was the best construction that I could come up with. There may be a better one, but this was the best construction that I found, because I wanted to make clear that subsection B doesn't take subsection A out somehow. So I want to be clear that subsection A is available. And then if you look down further in subsection B, it references subsection A to say that the officer, the violation may be charged as a civil offense when charging under subsection A of this section will be accepted. I think it makes clear that subsection B is a complementary section that only applies when subsection A is seemingly too accepted. So I think it works. You know, anything can be challenged. People are creative, but I do think it works. It's the best construction I could come up with.
You're the lawyer, so if you think it does, I read that and thought that it could be. Yeah, I don't know how to word it differently, but I did read it and think that it could be challenged. So.
Okay.
I have a quick question too before we move to a motion. I just would like to ask the city manager. I don't know if the chief is still on, but I mean, I guess I would like to think about this a little more. But we are in an emergency, so I'm willing to vote. But I would like to just get, and I know Chief would probably be doing this anyway, but I'd just like to get an update on any applications of this new ordinance or related ordinances during this emergency at our every meeting when the police gives a, when the police chief submits a report. Is that doable, Sharon, or Chief, or whoever's on?
Yes, you want to report.
You want to report on just what civil citations were issued, if that's the case?
Yes, anything issued under this change during the emergency time frame. I'd just like to see kind of a quick summary of that as part of the chief's report.
Yeah, the chief can include all civil, a list of that. I think he does that anyway.
And let the commissioners know and the public on any charges that we put out
Great.
due to emergency, yes.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, thank you very much.
We'll put some of it up on our website now. as far as the numbers, not the person.
Yeah, I'm particularly related to this new one and during the emergency, just without wasting too much of your time because you're busy enough. But I'd just like to assess kind of where this
We
ordinance-
already track it, so it's no issue.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief.
And-
Thanks, Sharon.
Commissioner in Chief, I mean, my expectation is, I mean, I shared concerns about the amount that we're going to be reviewing this and looking at it on an ongoing, continual basis to
Right.
make sure it's actually working. Because if it's not, then I think we need to make changes sooner rather than later. So my hope that is, you know, we'll be getting continuous updates. And Chief, I trust your judgment that you're going to say, hey, this isn't working if you don't think it is, or it's not enough.
Yes.
Yes, again, thank you for your comments, and again, as we said in the previous meeting, I will go back, work with my staff and city solicitor and city manager, and see if we think it's appropriate to look at all the civil citation charges and see if they should be higher.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chief. If there's no other discussion, can I get a motion and a second?
I move adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the draft ordinance of civil offenses for violation of emergency order. Any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Szymanski?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaluzzi?
Aye.
Commissioner Schlosser?
Aye.
Commissioner Byrne?
Aye.
Commissioner Gay?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and motion carries. Thank you very much. That was very thorough. If there's no other comments from the commissioners, I'm going to go right into citizen comment, and I'm going to ask for Tom Evans. Give him an opportunity. Tom, are you there?
Yep, I've enjoyed, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Actually, it's a very good meeting this morning, even though I was not able to comment. The only really thing I found that I thought was unusual and I would have commented on this morning was that, and I'm surprised that that our police chief Banks didn't comment on parking, because the only reliable way to reduce the population in Rehoboth at the height of the season is by limiting parking in any possible way that will stand the test of law. And to go to 12-hour parking, particularly in the heart of the city or close to the beach and metered areas, is exact opposite of that, and doesn't help the businesses on Rehoboth Avenue necessarily if they're jammed up with people parking to go to the beach because there's 12-hour parking. I've read the ordinance twice, once earlier, once just before this call for citizen input, and I will say that I believe it's not well written as far as telling the people what it means. I know what it means based on my understanding of it, but for the public to read this and understand it, I'm assuming it says 12-hour meters except for where 12 hours possible, except for where it says that it is not in this ordinance. And if most cities that have successfully reduced the pressure on their city at the height of the season have done so by doing it through parking. To do it any other way has been challenged and has been upheld. To make parking easier for people who want to visit the beach, even if the beach is closed, is only working against the police chief and his officers during the height of the season. They know the beach is closed, but if there's plenty of parking and they can park for 12 hours, that puts more people on the sidewalk, if nothing else, with nothing to do, and increases the density of the populace at the height of the season, when we really don't want 50,000 people in town, but we need to do it legally, ethically, and in the benefit of the citizens and of the businesses. That's my comment.
Tom, if I can just say something on that, and I appreciate your comments. This ordinance, this amendment to the ordinance was discussed probably 2 or 3 months ago.
I know it was.
Before the COVID, based upon information that we received from the business community,
yes,
as well as some residents, but more the business community than anything else, that they wanted the opportunity to have the opportunity to come into town, park someplace, maybe go to a restaurant, maybe walk around, get an ice cream, and be more than 3 hours. As you know, it had been 3 hours or even 2 hours on Rehoboth Avenue for many years, and the parking committee had come to the commissioners and suggested that maybe to give the businesses who were asking for a longer period of time the opportunity, the parking committee came to us and suggested 4 hours, but it was based on the discussion of the commissioners as well as some of the businesses that the commissioners decided to move to 12 hours to be consistent across the board on the meters.
I understand that, Paul, but this should not have been done prior to a comprehensive strategy for how to reopen. And that would have been my comment this morning to be before the vote, which I was not able to do, which is, well, this is all well and good for the businesses. I do not believe that it is all well and good for the city, particularly for citizens and for the police chief and his people and for Sharon Lim's people who are going to have to interact with citizens who are in town for long periods of time with nothing to do or not enough to do and congregating, particularly in the commercial district. And that this should have been wrapped into a complete strategy of how to reopen and not have 50 to 70,000 people trying to be in a place where there is no beach. I would suggest that you're going to be revisiting this in the next 2 to 3 or 4 weeks. And sorry I was not able to comment prior to your voting.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments, Tom.
Mayor, can I ask the city solicitor to just comment on, as we move into a comprehensive recovery plan and we're getting feedback from both citizens and business alike, what if we deem that there does need to be a change for this coming year? Again, all of these discussions happened before the pandemic, and all of the businesses thought this was a good solution before the pandemic. Is there administrative change we can make? Can we change this ordinance with a 7-day notice period? What would be the options if it's determined that there should be a change to this?
So all of this is codified, so so any change to it would be something that the commissioners would have to act on. It couldn't be just at the administrative staff level, but this is just a 7-day notice provision. It's not a zoning change. It doesn't need a public hearing, so 7 days notice, you can change it.
And if we're still in an emergency period, the mayor, under his authority, could make this change?
I don't think so.
Probably not on parking. I don't see the nexus really there. I think that's what would have to come up.
So the options would be a 7-day notice period to codify a change within the code.
Yes.
So, but is it possible that you could essentially, quote unquote, put it on hold, not to enforce it? Is that a possibility? And then, so like on a temporary basis, it's put on hold and then, something like that?
The ordinance, of course, does, go into effect immediately. However, there are those sorts of administrative options to delay enforcement or defer enforcement for some period of time. Yeah.
So that's an option. Okay.
But Mr. Evans brought up a valid point. All of these discussions took place before the pandemic, and it may have some impact on it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I really appreciate Tom's points here to us. I wish we could have had him on earlier. While I'm supportive of the 12 hours in normal good times, I think he's made a very good point.
I brought that up actually. That's why I abstained. I think there's a lot we have to think about that weren't a consideration when we first discussed this. So I agree with Tom. That's why I abstained as well. I think we have to think about things a little more broadly now and longer term, as opposed to tackling a lot of these things one off. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Any other comment? If not, there's one more. Is John Swift still on? I'm going to open up to John Swift. Do you have any comments? Oop. Still on mute? No. Says it's still on mute on my screen. Oh, there he is. John Swift, are you there?
Yeah, Paul, no comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. If there's nothing else, I think that's all of the public comments. Thank you all for being on here. Appreciate it. And we'll have another one of these May 15th.
Okay.
Great,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.